So, yesterday we established that it is not the table, it is in fact the operator. So, let's see if we can't fix the operator right quick. That's alright. What's going on, Biohazard? No, we have not gotten any better. As a matter of fact, we've only gotten worse, but that's generally the path of getting better. First, you're going to get worse, and then once it all settles in and it feels natural again, you get better. So, oh yeah. Well, there's a couple of things involving getting better. The first of which is you got to just swallow your pride and realize that you're not right. Because if you were right, you'd be better. But if you can get past that hurdle and dial in what you're doing and figure out what you need to be doing versus what you are doing, you get a lot better a lot faster. So streaming is kind of giving me something to look back on and realize that I'm off by 1/4 inch. Things of that nature. Yeah, see, I used to be pretty heavy into it. I used to play every day, 6, 7 days a week for 3, 4 hours a day. Since I've been streaming on Twitch, about 2 hours before this table pisses me right off. And it's not the table's fault; it's my fault, except for obstacles that I'm working around. But yeah, my finesse goes away, and the game is consumed by anger. And this is not a game that you can play out of anger, because if you do that, well, you're not going to make anything, and you're just going to end up more frustrated and more irritated. And then you got to take a step back and see what you're doing wrong, adjust, recalibrate, refine, and go from there. But in 4 days, it's going to be a little bit more. It's going to be a little bit more. Competition is going to be a little bit higher. So, I really got to be on my game all the way through and through. It's just not going to be easy to do. But now that I've seen a lot of the errors that I've been making, a lot of the different, just simple stuff, it's all the basics. And I was reminded last weekend, take it back to the basics. It was in Texas, it was every day. My son's grandfather had a table. I'd always play. You read me all over the table? Oh yeah, all day long. Yeah, dude, I tell you, I don't have my own table yet either. Um, this is my boss's table that I just had redone for him for his birthday, so I'm breaking it in nicely for him. So it'll be the same piece of crap that he left, seeing just a different color. Punt. That's what you do. You punt. Limit options. Yeah, yeah. Well, my grandparents had a table in their basement my entire life. My great grandfather actually taught me how to play when I was, yay tall. Couldn't see over the table. I was, just barely above the side rail. Shooting with a stick over the top of my shoulder. Way too much straw. Then that's when the addiction started. Yeah, I mean, this is only a bar box. This is just a 6-footer. It's nothing huge, but that's what we play on. So it's actually kind of nice having the same size table to practice on that you play on for league. An 8-footer or 9-foot would be great, but it destroys my angles. Just destroys them. Like that. A friend of mine just picked up another guy that shoots on league that I went to a tournament with over the weekend. He just picked up a 7-footer. Guy was getting rid of it. Said nope. Said I forget what it was, $300-400 or whatever. It couldn't have been much. But most people just want to get rid of them. Like pianos. Everybody wants a piano until they got a piano, and then they don't want it anymore. And it's like, well, I already moved it once. I'm not moving it again. It's kind of one of those things. The permanent fixture with the house after it moves in. Tables are the same way. Oh, the new rails are beautiful, man. Absolutely, just oh. And what we're going to be shooting on league is just going to be trash. So I'm really practicing on way better playing conditions than what I'm going to be up against here on the weekend. Yeah, no, that you buy a piano, it gets sold with the house. You're welcome. I don't care if nobody's played it. It's going with the house. Unless you got a musician in the family, in which case you want it, you come and get it. Because I'm not moving. Oh, this thing was trash. Oh my gosh, I don't know if you've seen any of the first videos or posted on YouTube. But the first videos was just me. I didn't even publish like the first 5 or 6 VODs because it was just me trash talking the table. Just because the rails were just complete trash. They needed to change out the rubber pads in here. They didn't. These ones are harder than rocks. And I didn't notice it until after it was all back together. So you can't cheat the pockets on this table. You can't do anything on this table. It better be dead on. And if you're lucky, it'll take the edge and trickle in, like right here. It'll be lucky if it grabs right there and actually trickles in. And yeah, this one, his kids had done a number on it, and it didn't look like it had been felted since his kids were kids. So, but you know how it gets. Turn it into a beer pong table. They got a chunk of plywood over here for their beer pong table. It just sits right on top of it. I was like, nope, we're not doing that. So I got a cover, but it's not going to see the cover while I'm here. That's for sure. Yeah, or the ping pong top. Yeah, that was the other the other go-to. And they've actually got tables that are designed to, I mean, the rails sit a little bit lower than the outside face. So you can do that. But with this one, you can't really do that because the rails are pretty much flush with the outside edge. So you're just going to squash the rails and screw them up. Especially once you start getting a couple of games of beer pong and you're leaning on things, sitting on the table, thinking that the table is a bed. And the phone's going off, which means, what's the importance today? Why? What? Alrighty, sorry about that. Boss man wanting to check in on the status of the day. Oh man. Not a bad spot to sit. Should have hit that a lot harder. Hit it. It doesn't even have tubes. This thing is an antique. It's literally got the pocket here, and then after it hits the pocket, there's a groove. There's just a channel that runs all the way across either side, and it's not even a good channel. It's just plywood. There's a chunk of plywood down either side of this. It's actually pretty nice underneath, but I mean, it's pretty nice on top too. Yeah, I mean, everything ends up down at the other end, you know, so as long as everything ends up at the same end, you know, nothing's getting jammed up. And the way this one's set up, nothing can jam up, which is great. Because like I said, it's just a chunk of plywood under either side. The plywood comes out to like here, and it's got rails that come up. So you can get like 4, 5, or 6 balls down in there all at the same time. Nothing's ever going to jam up. Yeah, I mean, it's It's a tank of a table. I've had it apart a couple of times now, but this last time I just said, yeah, somebody else is doing it because I don't have an extra set of hands to take the rails off, the top off. But they did a really good job, aside from, you know, the minor overlooks that they had. They didn't clean off the felt very good, or the slate very good rather. They just kind of smeared the dust around that was on it instead of actually, you know, cleaning it, which would have been nice, because then I wouldn't have, you know, random left turns going on. And then the inside rubber on these needed to be replaced, and they cut them a bit short on a few of the pockets. But that's alright. It's got a 1-year warranty, and guess what? I'm the guy that uses the warranty because I paid for it. So, they won't be happy with me, but I really don't care. Give me a nice table. But other than that, yeah, if you can get past the super slow roll where it'll change course, which is hard to do because, like I said, these rubbers are just hard as rocks. But the rails are beautiful. The table speed is impeccable. I mean, it's just the fastest table. Still, got a lot of games on it so far. And a lot more to come. So I can't wait for the boss to get back. I might leave the streaming setup here, and then just come down and shoot with him because he's an immaculate shot. He's been playing on this table his whole life. So for him to get down here and shoot some games is going to be good. Kind of looking forward to it now that it's not a completely trash table, because it was trash. Hey, get underneath it a little bit more. Maybe you'll get some draw. No, well, yeah, down in this corner here, it's a one-piece slate, and like I've said many times in the past, you're not moving a one-piece slate without destroying it. This piece right here inside, just at this corner edge, on the slate itself, right at the edge of the pocket. I mean, it's not affecting gameplay, but right at the edge of the pocket is a big old chip missing out of it. Yeah. Well, it's a one-piece slate. This thing's ridiculously heavy. Like, you're not just way off. But yeah, one-piece slates you don't move without breaking them, one way or another. Something's gonna give. They're a nightmare. Absolute nightmare moving single piece slates. Yeah, and that's when the damage occurs. So it's in transportation, you know, be it carrying it down a flight of stairs, or, you know, setting it down heavy when it lands into the truck, you know. Pick one. But my friend just picked up a 3-piece slate, 7-footer, and it looks beautiful. I can't wait to shoot on that. Because the nice soft shots that don't want to go on this table will go on that one, I guarantee it. But if you've got real tight pockets, you get real accurate. So unfortunately, my accuracy ain't what it was. So might be time to go to the optometrist and figure out what's going on with my eyes. Aside from them saying, well, you're just getting older. Like that probably should have cheated the pocket and fallen. And it did not. At all. Barely wanted to fall. So can't keep the 10 out of the corner for us. Push it in further. It's a good way of doing it too, I suppose. Yeah, they have those too. Yeah, they come in all shapes and sizes. I've seen 8 foot, 9 foot 2-piece slates, 3-piece slates, as small as 6 foot, which is okie dokie. But yeah, I try not to have to move them ever. They get moved to where they're gonna live. And then, of course, when you sell a house, it comes with the house, because you're welcome. If you find the right people, they're constantly giving them away because they don't want to move them. You know, somebody buys a new house and then it came with a pool table that nobody wants or is going to use. So you'll find people giving them away. You know, nice tables too, $3,000-$4,000 tables. See, that's why I hate this table. Should have dropped. All day long that should have dropped. Instead it throws it completely out of the pocket. Yep, that's where it lives. That's it. Gets a dedicated spot of the house, and there it is. You're welcome. Yeah. Not by a bit. It's pretty nuts, man. I mean, like I said, it's got dust underneath there, dirt, dust, whatever you want to call it. Typical of a table that had dead felt on it. You know, I mean, if you got a table that's got dead felt on it, you got a pound of dust underneath the felt. Pretty much guaranteed. Because ain't nobody dusting it off every single time that they play a game. So it's pretty on. I can't say that it's got any significant role to it. Aside from, like I said, if you hit a ball pretty slow, you can kind of see it wobble as it's making its way through the dust. But that's alright. They can address that when they take the rails off to fix them. That obstacle needs to go. I got support pillars, one that the camera's sitting on, and I got another one over here, and then I got a shelf right here. Like 2/3 of this table isn't even walkable. some people are, man. Some people are, they want the exact same gameplay every single game. So clean it, you know. I don't know. I'm not overly fixated on that kind of thing anymore. I used to be back in the day, but nah, there's things that I mean, if you stay on top of it, it's nice. But with this one, the way it is, and the pile of dust that's underneath it, I'm not gonna bother. After they remove the pile of dust, I might. But me and the boss will be the only ones shooting on it anyway, so it doesn't matter. You know. If we're the only two shooting on it, it'll stay nice for quite a while. 2? Nope. Right speed for 2. Wrong ink. See, it doesn't make any sense. Like that one, cheated the pocket like you wouldn't believe, and it drops. Hit it with just a little bit of speed. Not going. Yeah, don't be, no. Especially people that want to shovel. No, don't. If you don't know how to jump, don't. That's a very simple rule. And if you know the people that are using it don't know how to jump, don't. Because, no, I'm not refelting my table. Not refelting my table a week after I just had it refelted because you wanted to be dumb. No, thank you. Costs too much. Too much time, too much effort, too much money, too much of a stinking up the house with all the glue that's used. No, don't. Just don't. On the upside of things, we're getting a softer touch, which is good, but I don't like shooting soft. Replace because his son drunkenly dug. Oh, yeah, that would be I'm not happy with you at all at this moment. Yeah, no, I was fortunate. My parents and grandparents, they showed me how it was done and said, don't mess it up or you're never using it again. So I was very careful, because I knew that they were serious, and if I messed it up, I was not using it ever again. I didn't like that. That's that pocket. Do whatever you want. That's a fun shot right there. Can you make it without scratching? Nope. Come close. Come real close, but not really. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn on more lights because that side of the table is pitch black. That's the only downside is this table lights. Folks, it is nowhere near the center of the table. So I've adjusted all the lighting settings in OBS, but this whole area, this whole rail is nothing but dark, just an abyss. So when the boss gets back, we'll be able to move his light and put it back on top of the center of the table, which would be nice. What in the world? No. Not what I said. That's not what I said either. Get out of there. Wow, I was off by an inch. Like that. Just like that. Oh, it's so dark. Oh my god, it's so dark. But yeah, once the boss gets back, I mean, the light's at the right height. It's towards the camera by a foot and back towards the back corner by a foot. So the bottom right hand corner. So it's off to the right and back. And a foot on a 6-foot table is forever. So that is a huge distance that it is off. If this is the center of the... That's the center of the light. Right here. That is the center of the light. The center of the table is like way up here. Actually, it's further back. But the center of the table is way over here. So you can imagine how dark it is back over there. And it's only a 2-bulb fixture. It's not a 3-bulb fixture. Which would be nice to change it out to a 3-bulb fixture. I've seen a couple of nice ones when I was at the pool store the other day, the billiard shop the other day. The one they wanted like $500 for the light. I was like, yeah, we're not doing that right now. More with what we got for now. Deal with it. Oh yeah, it's huge. It's like way off. But realistically, I would like the center of the table to be right here. That would remove the obstruction of this camera right here. That's on a pillar right there, like literally, yeah. So it would remove that obstruction, the other corner's pillar obstruction, and it would put it towards the wall closer. But then there's like a, I don't even know what you call it. It's like a, it's a shelf. It's a real nice fancy shelf that he's got over on that wall over there, which is just in the way. On the wrong wall, that's all. When he designed his man cave, he was not thinking, dimensions, I guess. That's the only thing I can think. He just wasn't thinking dimensions, actual dimensions of things when he set it all up, so. But it works. I mean, it's not terrible, except for when it's terrible, but. first try. Not enough speed. I say that better fall. Grief. Put enough power on it. Not on the rail. Okay, so like here, I've got to actually elevate because that's as far as I can draw the stick back with the obstacle on this end of the table. So I got to elevate to get over the obstacle. And then of course you're inducing downward spin, which is transferring, which makes you miss just about every single time. So that back rail will cause an automatic miss basically. You know, I was thinking about that too. Curio cabinet. What? Curio cabinet. No, that's a makeshift bar down at the end, which is literally just some plywood that's got nice, nice this stuff on it, and then it's wrapped in leather, and it's pretty intricate for being a bar type deal, but it's like a patio bar, I guess you could call it. Something you could move outside, but the thing weighs a metric ton, so it kind of ended up there and never got moved because it weighs a metric ton, and nobody's planning on pulling that in and out for the weather and the snow and the. Oh yeah. Oh, trust me, I've been all up his ass on get your crap out of here. Oh, on this side, his neighbor was throwing out an elliptical. It's just a monstrosity. He says, "Hey man, come on over and help me move this into the house." That was 2 years ago. There it sits, right where we set it down at. So it's got dust all over it. It's never been touched once. Oh, I always wanted one of these. Oh, yeah, garage? No, don't take up garage space. Don't ever take up garage space. Do not waste garage space on garbage. Anybody that's wasting garage space on garbage needs to understand that the garage is not a storage unit. Yeah, that's what I told him. I said, "You ever even use that?" "Oh no, I haven't even used it." I'm like, see, that's why people don't get those things. They know that, okay, I'm gonna get this, and then they use it once. I think you might have used it twice. One day we had a party and everybody was over, so jump on it and show off your pile of junk that you collected from your neighbor that paid entirely way too much for a pile of junk that never got used. So, congratulations. You are the proud owner of somebody else's garbage. That is now turned into your garbage. You are welcome. So yeah, that'll be going eventually, but I don't know what his plans are. He's trying to retire. I'm trying to take over the business. That's kind of how that goes. So. And my paper dot has already got a divot in it. Right there. We do home solar. So we do residential solar. Yeah, no, the only, I don't know, treadmills and ellipticals and whatever, it's always turned into a coat rack or clothes hanger. know, anything it can be used for except for what it was designed for is what those turn into. Most times it's a coat rack. Because, yeah, ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, get a gym membership, you know, dedicate some time. Well, I mean, it's nice to have home equipment if you've got a house that can support the home equipment, number one. And number two, if you're one of those kind of people that have enough discipline to work it into your schedule and stick to that regimen. A lot of people, they think they have that, but they don't. They don't at all. It sits there and it collects dust and gets used as a coat rack. You know, whereas the gym membership, I completely agree with, because if you're paying the money for a membership that requires you to go to a location, you have to fit it into your schedule in order to go. And a lot of people are guilt driven. And based on being guilt driven, twice, really? You feel guilty for, wow, apparently I just can't hit that from there. You'd think you could. Apparently not. Hit the 6 first. But yeah, if you got to work it into your schedule, and then you realize whether or not you're actually a gym person or exercise nut or whatever. You know, some people get hooked on the endorphins and all that, and other people they just don't. I'm one of the people that just don't. I will get my workout one way or another. I guarantee you that. Yeah, I come from an extensive background of pick things up and put them down. Most of which was pick up that heavy object over there, walk it 3 flights, and then put it down. So yeah, I've always pretty much been in shape. But moving into those office jobs where you're sitting behind a computer screen for hours at a time has definitely made me realize that I am not in the shape that I once was. Because, man, yeah, the office thing sucks. It just does. And the only reason I'm going to do the office bit is scheduling and site management, site maintenance. Basically, look at people's systems and diagnose what went wrong, and then figure out the solution and correct the problem. Yeah. Well, see, that's the nice thing is I'm still working with my hands as well, because I'm the one that goes out and does the repairs and commissionings. So when a site needs to be commissioned, I'm the one that has to go out and activate the system, follow up after master electricians so that I can laugh at them and explain to them how they don't understand what DC is and you have it wired wrong. Yeah, so I do still go out to the field quite frequently for new installs. It's every install I'm there, just to make sure the wiring is correct, make sure that it gets commissioned and turned on and activated properly. And then obviously, you know, you got hardware that fails because it's electronics. So when an electronic part fails and causes a catastrophic failure, I got to go out and fix those because it's still in its infancy. I mean, especially for residential. And they've made a lot of advancements over the last 10 years, but I mean, there's always going to be advancements when tech's involved. You know, it's ask any programmer. You know, like I guarantee they're not still programming in the first language that they learned in. Guarantee you that. I mean, as much as I enjoyed Fortran, we've moved on, and so does. Oh, it almost grabbed. And so is every other aspect of technology. So. Except for batteries. Batteries haven't gone anywhere. Still. You know. From a NiCad to a lithium ion, and that's where we've been for the last how many years? When did those come out? Haven't made any advancements past that. Which makes me wonder why it is that we haven't made any advancements past that. Start getting into conspiracies on that kind of crap, but it was the wrong angle entirely, but that's alright. Okay, that was just wrong. Yeah, hit it in. Perfect. I don't have to walk down to that end of the table. Laziness taking over my pool game. I can stand in one spot and hit the cue ball every single time. I'll tell you what. It'd be a heck of a lot less of a workout playing this game, I'll tell you. Of course, if I could put the cue ball where I wanted it every time, that'd be great too, but that would require being good. Which we've already established I'm not. Yeah, that's the killer. You know, I mean, and geez, Pete, whoever comes out with a battery that can store all the power that solar can create, look out, because they're going to be, you know, well beyond billionaires. Because there is just so much power that you can generate from solar that just gets wasted because there's no way of storing it. You know, which I mean, it doesn't really get wasted the way that the setups are, because you're tied into the grid, and then the grid backfeeds. You backfeed to the grid, producing power to the grid, and then the grid just says, okay, the grid's a black hole. I mean, it'll take whatever you throw at it. So if you're just backfeeding into the grid, you're just pushing it to your neighbor's house, which I don't see a problem with that. I see a problem with the policies that are involved with what they're doing about all that, but I don't see a problem with it. But once we get battery storage to where it needs to be, yeah, you're not going to have a grid anymore. There will be no use for a grid. There will be no need for a grid when everybody can produce their own power just by having some solar panels on their roof. And a big enough capacity to store what they produce in the good months to then cover the overcast and bad months. You know, that's the other aspect, because I'm up in Michigan, so we have this thing called winter. And sometimes we get feet of snow, and other times it's like today when it was 72 degrees outside and sunny and blue skies, and it's the end of February when we are normally under feet of snow. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, did I hit this short rail? I must have hit the short rail on that. I must have hit this rail to throw it off like that. My aim is off. My eyeballs. My eyeballs. Other ball. Yellow ball, not red ball. Okay, that just missed. It's alright. Must have gotten tired of shooting at that side pocket. That didn't help anything. was hoping to break that 9 out of there. That did not happen. Get it on the way back. Almost. Hey, look at there. All the balls are on this end of the table. I don't have to walk so far. Obstacles. Should we do some crazy cuts? Nope. Super soft. Probably gotta hit softer than that, but it's a good speed. Everything's actually going. Yeah, the heating bill blows. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the being tied into the gas company sucks. But if you got, I mean, there's some things that you're just never gonna get away from. You're not gonna get away from a gas bill. You're not gonna get away from a water bill if you're on city water. You're just not gonna get away from it anymore, unless you live out in the sticks. Which, highly recommend if you can do so. Because that'll give you a whole new perspective on the world, that's for sure. Figure out what matters and what doesn't in a hurry. You figure out that, nonsense drama that's from the city life doesn't mean anything when you have a bear chasing you through the woods. Well, it's a good leaf. Yeah, the nice thing about it though is in the summer when it's 95, 98 degrees and your air conditioner is running non-stop. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's awesome. That's awesome. Having the wood stoves there is no better way of heating a house than a wood stove. It takes, once again, discipline to make sure that your chimney stack is clear and clean, and the wood you're burning isn't gonna cause your house or your chimney stack to fill with soot and catch fire and burn it to the ground. But that's just one of those maintenance things. And if you stay on top of that, wood burning stoves are definitely the way to go. I had one when I was a teenager. We had one in our house, and I could keep the entire house 78 degrees, 80 degrees all winter long. I had a small electric blower motor attached to the outside of it, and yeah, it would heat up the whole house. And I'd sit there and tend to it every winter, and yeah, kept the house nice and toasty all summer long. Yeah, that's it. There is definitely a responsibility there, and if you don't respect it, it will burn you to the ground in your sleep, quite literally. Wow, that was off. There we go. Make all the balls at once. It's easier that way. Should make all the balls in one shot. You don't have to try so hard. Wow. See how high that jumped off the table? That wasn't good. That's that's not good. Yeah, yeah. When the dog gets up and walks away. Yes, sir. When the dog gets up and walks away, that's when you know that the fire is just right. Yeah, I did enjoy those, and I don't know if they're still legal here. I know that they were trying to pass some stupid laws of you're not allowed to do that, blah blah, wham wham, boo hoo. And I say it like that because, good luck. Not gonna tell me what I can and can't do. That ain't happening. I don't care what government agency it is. And if you're far enough off the beaten trail, I don't think anybody really cares. Now, if you're in the middle of a neighborhood and don't understand that your vent stack needs to be, you know, above the roof of your house and your neighbor's house, you know, like, don't choke out your neighbor. Yeah, if it's existing, yeah. Problem is a lot of people, they saw it as an eyesore because it never got used. So it just sat in the, that was a good try. It just sat in the living room or the living space. Yeah, well, you say that until your neighbor decides that he's going to smolder leaves until 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And you're getting choked out because here we are. People being dumb. Get out of here. Yeah. I'm the neighbor of those people that think fuck neighbors. Yeah. And I'll tell you what, there's been many a nights where it's, yeah, where's the shovel? Where's the shovel? We're going to put an end to this nonsense right now. But yeah, it's definitely the way to go for heating. If the snow didn't build up so bad on the panels, I mean, even with snow on the panels, it still produces some solar. But heating a house with solar, you still need the gas hookup. I mean, realistically, if you had the wood burning stove, you'd be golden. You know what I mean? Like, that's my goal. My goal, middle of nowhere, you know, middle of the woods, leave me alone. You know, 10 acres, 5 acres in any direction until my house. You know, like, and then solar, maybe a windmill, but those have a tendency of breaking down and cost a fortune to repair. You know, just an electric well pump. And what else do you need? Literally an electric appliances, electric stove, electric whatever, fine, whatever, or a wood burning stove, ideally. But like I said, those take a lot of work to keep rolling, but honestly, well worth it. You know, with a good service provider. Geothermal is great as well. Geothermal in combination with solar, bye. Just, I don't care where you're at, go live off the land, because at that point, the only thing you got left to do is grow fruits, vegetables, and tend to the animals. But yeah, geothermal, I've seen that work very well. I mean, you gotta realize that, you know, touched it. You know, you hit 6 foot underground and it holds the same temperature all year round. 6 foot underground here normally holds around 56 to 60 degrees all year round. Yeah. Yeah, the wells are, yeah. I mean, if you got money for it, do it up. But even, whoops, wrong spot. I've seen a couple of different designs with the geothermal. One that's not actually geothermal, but does basically the same thing. Yeah, let's get below it. Come on, it's more fun that way. Alright, so my draw stroke is completely screwed. That's not good. And it's not really my stroke, it's my bridge hand. It's screwing me up. Right back. Here we go. Rattle, 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 rattle. Rattle, 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 rattle. Rattle, 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 rattle. That's what it does. Yeah, this table robs me left and right. And it is infuriating. Oh my gosh, it is infuriating. But that's alright. If I'm getting robbed on this table, and I'm practicing while I'm getting robbed, when I get onto a little bit lesser quality table, things are going to drop left and right, and it's just going to be game over. So, always practice more difficult than you're going to perform. You know, maybe on tomorrow's stream I'll practice, blindfolded or just close my eyes. Might make more. But yeah, I'm totally stoked about this weekend. I think it's going to be awesome. It's going to be a long day though. Good grief. I got to sign in by 10:30, and I think they said it could run until, I think they're shutting it down. If it goes any later than 2 a.m., you come back on Sunday to finish up. No. No, I'm not, and for a couple of reasons. Number one, the IRL rig modem does not have a working SIM card in it right now, and the fiasco of getting a working SIM card for that was a nightmare last time, so we're kind of slow rolling that. The league operator said that I could stream, but I have to have permission from the opponent. And in that venue, there are going to be 66 other opponents. So, getting 66 people's permission to video them all at one time, without coming off as a dictating Nazi, is not going to be easy. So So tomorrow's event is not going to be, or Saturday's event rather, is not going to be streamed. Now, Wednesday nights, which is tomorrow's event, Wednesday nights I play over Wednesday. I also have permission to stream at those. Well, it's also one more thing I gotta lug around and everything else. And when I go to a solo competition for the first time that I don't know anybody that's gonna be there, I don't trust anyone. So if I go to the bathroom, my stick gets broke down, put back in its case, slung over my shoulder, go to the bathroom, come back out, get back on the table. You know what I mean? Like I'm not just setting down my thousands of dollars worth of gear and walking off and hoping that it doesn't walk away. You know. And then another, $1,000 worth of streaming gear that, I'm not going to be setting down and walking away from at any given point in time. Yeah, the general population was not raised with any kind of respect. Same story that I've shown or told before is I actually went into a bar with this stick. Pulled it out of my case, assembled it in the bar. Everybody watched me walk in with my pool stick. Watched me put it together. I went up to the bar, grabbed a drink, I come back, and whoever was playing at the table had my stick in their hand. So what the hell are you doing? It's like, I don't even know who you are. And you're just going to walk over here and swoop up my stick like it's yours? Like, nope. No, I don't think so. I mean, I didn't pay a whole lot for it, but I know its value and what it's worth. For somebody just to walk up like, yeah, I'm just going to use your stick because you went up to the bar to grab a drink. Said whatever. So, people like that. Yeah, well, the fun thing is back when I was a kid, and you did something that wasn't appropriate on a pool table, my great-grandfather would say, put your hands on the rails. And you'd put your hands on the rails. And then you would take a stick, the thin end, and swat them. And I tell you what, you learn real quick what's acceptable and what's not acceptable on a pool table. And you learn etiquette real fast. Because if you're doing anything that is not respecting the table, your opponent, the game, you are getting hurt. You are getting hurt. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it's not breaking fingers or anything, not breaking bones. But I'll tell you what, that's a feeling that you don't want to happen again. And I've done it to a couple of people up there now with house sticks. But that's when you got somebody over there leaning on the table like this. And they got their drink in their hand and they're sitting there trying to talk to you. I've broken people's fingers. I have broken people's fingers on a pool table. Go ahead. Reach your fingers over top of a rail. Go ahead. Put your hand inside the back of that pocket. Go ahead, I dare you. I dare you to come up here and put your hand in the back of this pocket. Just like that. I dare you. You will have 4 broken fingers in about 30 seconds. And people learned real quick, and that was another thing, was when I shot hard, it was to let people know that if you're doing something dumb, you better you better be situationally aware as to where you are and where I'm aiming. And it might not even be where I'm aiming. I might pull 3 rails and still clip you. But you'd always have the guy when you're shooting 8-ball, he didn't want to put his hand in the pocket. Oh, yeah. Well, you're going to wish you never done that. Because, yeah, that'll break some fingers real quick. Yeah, punch an engine block again? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I'm you'll never see me aim more precise ever into a pocket at 100 mph than if somebody is leaning up on the table with their hand in a pocket, even just their fingers in a pocket. You know, number one, get the hell away from the table. You shouldn't be anywhere near it while I'm shooting. Number two, that's a bad spot for that hand to be, don't you think? But I made a pretty good name for myself at the local watering hole. And if I'm on the table, be careful, because you're liable to get hurt. You'd have guys standing down at this end of the table, leaning on it like this, while you're breaking. Yeah, don't do that. I got real good at jumping a cue ball off that table. Hitting the head pin, coming off. Yeah, I've knocked out a couple of teeth, too. You'll hear me say, it's still a contact sport. Yeah, it is. It's a contact sport. Nope, not at all. I am not. And yeah, it actually took a while for me to break the habit of just literally sending the cue ball off the table on the break, trying to hit people that were pissing me off that were on that end of the table. Yep, no, your stupidity is not my problem. That sounds like you might have a problem. You might need to address that. Yeah? Darts. No, I don't. Not to say I can't throw darts, it's just I never got into it. I never got into it like I did in the pool. I threw darts over in my buddy's garage, and that was a lot of fun, me and him throwing darts. But nothing serious, just clowning around in the garage, hanging out, waiting for the weather to blow over, or waiting on, RTV to dry or what have you. See, when they're all in the same spot, man, it just makes life nice. Don't have to walk far like that. Robbed. Perfect leave on that 6 though. That'll work. That'll get me up table and back for the 9. Yeah, and I noticed that over the last couple of weeks I've been forcing it, so don't force it, just trust your stick, trust your skills, trust yourself. Don't force it. Don't hit it at 100 mph. Don't need to. Not that I don't enjoy hitting it at 100 mph, because I do. But no, very delicate game that, I don't know, I get hell bent sometimes, and everything's 90 mph. But that's all it takes is that one stroke, that one ball that you have to put that little extra on, and I'm hooked right back into, oh yeah, that's right, I can shoot 90 miles an hour and be good. Oh yeah, no, don't stand anywhere near a dartboard. Forget that. What the hell is wrong with you? Yeah, don't stand anywhere near a dartboard. That's a bad idea. No, my dad had a dartboard in the basement in one of the places that we lived at, and that was actually the same place that had the wood burning stove. But the dartboard was literally like the wood burning stove was here, and then like 2 feet over was the dartboard. Well, behind the wood burning stove was a wall of brick. Like red brick. And the dartboard was hanging on that wall of red brick. Now, if you miss while throwing a dart at a dartboard that's affixed to a brick wall, and you miss the board, you miss the box that it's in, if you miss everything, that tip is gone. So that turned into a very expensive sport for me as a kid. That it lasted all of 2 tip sets, and then I was done with that game. Just because my consistency wasn't there, and trying to dial in my accuracy and consistency, let's just say it was going to take more than 12 tips. Okay, that's all there was to it. So I quickly gave up on that one. Yeah, English is a friggin' nightmare, especially depending on your cue. This one is a Mucci. It is not a low deflection shaft like they have out now. It is very high deflection. So as soon as I touch the ball with anything other than dead center, look out. Like your contact point changes, the ball spins. It's awesome. That being said, you get yourself a nice low deflection cue, and it'll pull the English that you want pretty easy. But ain't nothing to handle like this thing, man. Ain't nothing I've ever held handled like this stick when I can dial it in. And dialing it in is a nightmare, because man, I can get that cue ball right where I want it, but these pockets are screwing me every single time. So yeah, I missed the 7, but man, that's a beautiful shot on the 8. Man, almost like I knew what I was doing or something. Of course I crush it, but whatever. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's why we practice. Mess around. That's got to be the best part of practicing, isn't it? Don't take yourself too serious, because you're going to be too serious, and then you're going to be tense, and then you're going to be stiff, and then you're not going to be relaxed, and you're not just going to shoot your shot. Obviously, take what others say, as far as their feedback and input, as far as pros go. Yeah, sure. Maybe take what they have to say. And try to implement some of those things. But if it's going to cost you, I don't know, how comfortable you are at the board, sometimes I recommend people just steer away from the pro tips and all that nonsense, and just work on one thing. If you want to practice your English, practice your English. Do your right spin, your reverse spin, your follow, your right left, up down. Upper right, upper left, lower right, figure out what all those do. But for me, it's just, I end up taking it too serious, and then I just get infuriated when the pockets cheat me, because hey, tough table. Not an easy table to shoot on. And then when I get infuriated, then all of a sudden I'm hitting 90 mile an hour again for no good reason, when it needs to be, a mouse's putt. So it's gonna take, a few racks, shoot for an hour or two, And that's the other thing, is you're still potting balls, right? You're still shooting at the balls. You're still, this is a shot that, how many times you've been hooked in this position? Not this exact position, obviously, but a position like this nonetheless. You've got a short distance here off of the short rail, or the long rail, where you can come out, make contact with the one ball. You got nothing here. Nothing in this span is going to hit anything. Pull 2 rails 2 rails and try to make it. But, you know, I don't see that angle at all. I can't see that angle right now. The angle I'm seeing is right here. And I hit the 4 first, you know. But, yeah, it's good to know. It's good to know how it's going to react, how it's going to respond. Yeah, well, it happens. And when you're playing in a tournament, they're hoping that's what happens. You know, like that's what they're aiming for. And some of these guys, they can actually accomplish it on demand, intentional, put everything right where they want it to be. Every single shot. So, when they can do that, all of a sudden they're racking up points and you're sitting still, you know. And that ain't no way to be, because if you're sitting, you're not winning. I ain't never seen anybody win 9-ball from a chair. Ever. 8-ball I have. 8-ball I've seen people win from a chair all the damn time. That happens all the time. People screw up and take that 8-ball when it's not supposed to drop or put it in the wrong pocket. I've seen that too many times. But 9-ball? Nah. You ain't winning 9-ball sitting down. Start getting into the left and right. Yeah, and the left and right, I'll tell you what, when you're learning your English, like literally, the best thing you can do when you're learning your English is set yourself up on the table, short rail, short distance, right? Line yourself up, this diamond and this diamond. Preferably have yourself a training ball so you know exactly where you're hitting after you make the shot. Like, so there's your training ball. It's got up, down, left, right, high right, low left. You see the mark on it. You know exactly where you hit. I hit right here. At about a tip outside of center. That's where I hit. Right there. Whoops. And you can see the chalk on it. That chalk's gone. Yeah. Oh man, yeah, you got, yeah. No, training balls. Training balls, yes. You got this side of it here, which is just a huge bullseye. I can't figure out where the camera's at. And then you got the other side, which is a more loosely drawn bullseye. And yeah, that's that right there. There you go. That's your training ball. Yeah, it's a Jim Ramey training ball, and you should be able to find it at pretty much any billiard store. But yeah, get yourself a training ball. And once you got that, you wipe it off after every shot, right? Oh yeah, I've had this one for probably 7 years now. But you know, you want to practice your English. You want to see what you're gonna hit. Like, there's a ball here, one on the rail. I'm here. Say there's an object ball there, right? So there you go. You can't get a direct hit on it. You're not quite certain of the angle. Oh, there's your hit. Whether or not it was a good hit or not, that's on you. And then when you're done, take a look and see where you actually hit in comparison to where you actually hit in comparison to where you thought you hit. And you will be surprised how often you are wrong. It will feel like you are 2 tips outside of center, and you will be maybe a half a tip off of center, side to side. And yeah, that's how you practice your English. No joke. And I used to do it just with a polka dot ball. you know. And I would sit here and I'd say, okay, I'm going to hit that diamond and go in the side pocket. Hit that diamond, pull back, hit this diamond, went in that pocket. Now, if you hit it right, you can actually take it off this diamond straight into that pocket. But that's knowing your stick. That's knowing how your rails are going to respond. That's knowing how much English you have to apply. And with the training ball, it gives you all of that feedback instantly. If you missed or you fell short, you just look at your training ball. You look at where you hit the rail at. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you. And then this, on top of it all, with streaming, if you've got OBS set up and you've got a camera that's decent quality, obviously mine's more focused on the table than me personally. But I do have a second camera that is set up that is focused on just the overall aesthetics of the table. And I'll actually record on that one just to record myself, how I'm shooting, how I'm feeling. You know, like today I'm feeling pretty good, you know. But if I'm in a slump and I'm not making balls, I will literally turn that camera on and figure out what's going wrong. Am I lifting my head too soon? You know, am I not staying down on the shot? Am I chicken winging? You know, my back arm, my backstroke, is it all over the place or is it locked in? How's my bridge look? You know, things that you don't notice because you're in the shot. And when you take the shot, you say, man, I should have made that. And you go back and you look at the tape and you say, okay, there's why I didn't. I screwed up. I didn't stay down on the ball. I didn't aim where it needed to be hit. You know what I'm saying? Like, so just setting up a camera helps too. But that doesn't do anything for figuring out English. English took me a long time to figure out. I would use top or I would use straight bottom. There was no left, there was no right. And I'd also use a low deflection cue, which I actually use as my brake stick right now. But the low deflection cue also mitigates a lot of ball transfer. So if you hit this ball on the right hand side, when it hits that ball, it's actually going to throw it left. So if I'm aimed right at where it needs to go, which is here, and I put right on it, I will actually hit right here or up here. It will not go in the pocket because the spin that gets applied to this will transfer, and when that transfers, it will throw it off course. You know, so I need to put bottom right on it so I can come off this rail over here and have a line on the 7. So if I just aimed at it where I need to, put bottom right on it, that's how far off I am. You know. So knowing how far off your throw is gonna grab also depends on your stick, your stroke, your everything to this game is so intricate. It's not even funny, and everything's interlaced. Which is why you'll see a lot of people that swear by a certain stick or a certain product or a certain tip. You know, everything. Every single thing plays a factor. And if it's all playing a factor, well, you gotta figure out what works for you. You know? That's why I always thought it was funny when it was, huge impact. Huge impact. I mean, just the smallest, you know, a half a Q-tip. You know, half a tip on your stick. Just that much of where it contacts that ball is going to throw off everything. And then your stick, whether or not it's high deflection, low deflection, that's going to change everything. You know, I mean, that's going to change absolutely everything. And it will also change how much draw you can get on it, how much side spin you can get on it. You know, how much of that English is going to be transferred from the cue stick to the cue ball. You know. And the more that you can transfer, look out. Just look out. I mean, I don't know if I can get all of it on it. Probably can't. But I could literally line up on this. I could hit this diamond, and I could hit that corner. All off that same diamond. Which was stupid. Not today. Not today. Today I'm going to hit every diamond except. But yeah, once you start messing around with English, I think that was the most fun I had while learning the game, and still obviously learning the game. But the most fun I had was definitely when I unlocked my ability to use English. That was huge. Just a game changer, and it was fun because I've always been the type to go for the shot. You know, whether or not you can make it or not, I don't care. I'm still going for it. You know, like I'm not playing a safety. Sorry, I'm going for it. So I'd always be, you know, looking at different angles and whatnot on the table, you know, taking rails or whatever. And then I learned English. And then after I started with English, then I realized, okay, that's cool. That's fun. You can pull 3-4 extra rails after making contact with a ball. Oh yeah, it'll drive you right up a wall then. And so I'd be pulling, you know, 2, 3, 4 rails after making contact. You know, and I was playing shapes this way, okay? Like I was pulling 3 rails to gain shapes when really all I needed was a good draw shot. You know, or better yet, you're lined up on something and all you need is just to get the cue ball from here to over here past another ball, so a little bit of lower left, you know, but you needed it to transfer from the cue stick to the cue ball. Because otherwise, it's, you know, it's nothing less than a stop shot or a stun shot. So when I started practicing English like this, there is no way that I can hit that one ball. There is no way to hit that one ball from where I sit. But if I hit that top diamond up there with a whole lot of right, I will still miss that one ball. You know, and that's just from putting a little bit of spin on it and just throwing it off that rail. Oh yeah, come on, man. You're asking me to do stuff right on the spot. I'm not a professional. Come on. I'm not a professional. I mean, I'm pretty damn good, but I'm not a professional. Nice pocket. Nice pocket. Right. You know, things like that are going to be going on Saturday. They're not going to go on this table, but they will go on Saturday. Yeah, well, I mean, you get better. You know, you get better. And like I said, I do it more out of enjoyment. You know, the whole, oh yeah, I'm gonna get better before a tournament in a week or a month or whatever it be. Yeah, well, I might get a little bit better. I might get a little bit better feel for what I'm doing. Where my stroke is, where it needs to be. You know, do I need to hit it that hard? Yeah, I need to hit it exactly that hard. And then you gotta like take 30 seconds and aim, but you know, that's another thing that I don't do while I'm streaming. But generally, I'll walk around the table 2-3 times before I line up on a shot. I don't do a whole lot of that while I'm streaming. When I'm streaming, it's more just kind of hanging out and getting the feel for how my stroke's feeling, how I'm feeling. But the more time you spend at a table, naturally, the better you're going to get. And, oh yeah. No, I've got 35 years of walking around a table and just practicing and dinking around. And how do I make that one? Where do I make this? I remember making this in the past. Where do I shoot to make that 2 ball? That I can't see because the 4's in the way, the 3's in the way. You know, like... Oh, it's right there. That's right. Yeah, I remember making that shot last time. Now, how do I get to the 3 ball from here, you know? Like something like that if you'd actually hit it. You know? And of course you just line yourself up on a couple of nice straight in shots and miss those. I mean, why not? You know? It's nice being agitated and disturbed because you can't make a straight in shot. Wait, get it on the way back. You ever see a ball do that? Bet you ain't seen a ball do that on a table before. That ball did not have any gravity. There's no gravity on that ball. Yeah, so long as you're potting balls and you're planning out your leads and you know what you're trying to do versus what you actually do. That's another huge aspect of it. Like that was just a stun shot, right? And it threw me all the way over to the other side of the table. So now I'm looking at this 7 ball, having to go up here at a huge angle. You know, I got to hit way over here. There's your angle. There's your contact point. And then if your contact point's there coming in from that angle, it's going to ricochet off somewhere in this area. Now I'm flirting with the 9 ball and the 8 ball's down in this corner. So at which point, wrong rail to be sitting on there, Cletus. Unless of course, you just change the game entirely. And say, you know what? It doesn't have to go in that pocket. It can go in whatever pocket I want it to go in. You know? Like, something like that. But yeah, many years. Many years. Am I going to get any better? No, I'm not. No, I guarantee I'm not getting any better. But I'll tell you what, I'm remembering how good I once was. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh. I don't know if you've seen any of the VODs, but yeah, I get absolutely infuriated. 2 hours of focusing and I can't say that. 2 hours of over focusing on what I'm doing instead of just step up, see what you need to do, and do it. You know, like that's, you know. And I was trying to implement a whole bunch of crap from, you know, YouTube videos and pros and their different things. And the biggest thing to take away from that is every single one of them will come in at the very start and say, listen, this is what works for me. Do what works for you. So me, it's just a matter of getting me back into kind of a relaxed state of mind, you know. So whereas I'm not tense, I'm not overthinking it. It's just natural. Yeah. Well, it'll throw your game off. It'll throw you off entirely. It'll throw your game off. You'll start sucking again. You'll be like, why can't I make a ball? And it will absolutely infuriate you. I mean, this table's infuriating enough to shoot on just because. Like, really? Nothing went? You know, like that 8 ball probably should have went in the side pocket if you ask me, but what do I know? Clearly the table had better plans. But if you take it as See, and I look at it, you know, and I was trying to run out as many as I could and make as many balls as I could without missing and all that, which is a great goal. And when I was younger, we'll just say when I was younger, I had no problem running rack after rack after rack after rack after rack after rack, you know, just over and over and over, and not missing and not scratching. But that was a long time ago. That was over 15 years ago when I was doing that. And then I wasn't on a table every day. You know, life changed, obviously, circumstances, blah, blah. But I wasn't on a table anymore. I'd relocated, and the local bar had a table, but nobody ever played. So the game kind of went to shit. And rightfully so, because if you don't practice, you're not going to get any better. You know, and that's what these clowns want to do for league nights, for team league nights, which is Wednesdays. They want to show up on a Wednesday, once a week, and think that because they're there for league, it's time to practice. No. When you show up to, you know, when you show up to the big game, it's not, you know, you show up to any game, it's not, I'm here to practice. It's, I'm here to implement what I've practiced and go from there. Not, I just showed up because I want to practice. Like, that doesn't make any sense at all. So, well, you'd be surprised, man. It's a lot like riding a bike, you know? Well, it's a lot like riding a bike blindfolded, depending on whether or not your eyes have decided to randomly stop working with you. Now I can't keep the cue ball in my pocket. You know, like all day today has been nothing but a cue ball dropping into a pocket, so that's not good. But sure, that's one of those things where I'm trying to slow down my shot speed, and because I'm slowing down my shot speed, it's not taking as much English as I'm putting on it, and it's throwing it right into the pocket. Because more English is transferring. The harder you hit a ball, the less English transfers. So, when I don't want English to transfer, like right now, I do not want English to transfer. I want to run that all the way down the rail, but I do not want English to transfer. So I either have to hit that exactly dead center, or I got to hit it hard enough to whereas the English doesn't transfer from this ball to the object ball. And when you slow that down, here, we'll do it again. So we're here, right? We're about lined up with the diamonds, right? Now, if I hit this real soft, hard left, real soft. Now that was medium. But it went past that pocket. Normally it would hit here and go in that pocket. So more of it transferred. And even more of it will transfer. And throw it straight in the side. So it's not hitting here anymore, now it's hitting over here. So your speed, when you're using your English, will change drastically. And that's all based on how soft you hit, how hard you hit. Yeah, and power hitting, you know, there's a place for power hitting. There really is, and a lot of people don't think so, but there is. And a good friend of mine, Larry, he, you know, rest in peace, buddy, but he would always step up to a table, and the first shot that he took would be 100 miles an hour. It didn't matter if he had a shot or not. The cue ball would come flying off the rail. It didn't matter. The first shot he took was 100 miles an hour. And anybody that said anything, he'd say, you're either going to be on or you're not. As he's chasing the cue ball around the bar, which was hilarious. Old Indian guy, you know, great, real scraggly, gray, long hair, Oh, I miss him. He was so much fun. Such a good guy. But yeah, it was funny because anybody that said anything, you're either gonna make it or you're gonna miss. You're either on or you're not. Pick one. You know, and then if he made the shot at 100 mile an hour, his touch would go from that 100 mile an hour down to just barely touching the ball, and he wouldn't lose all night long, at all. It was like you. Oh man, why you gotta be like this? Many a long night shooting pool with that guy. That was always good times. Have your son chase it now. No need to anymore. What? What are you talking about? Sorry, I caught that out of context. Oh. Oh, you're talking about chasing the cue ball around as it comes off the table? Yeah. Yeah, that'll happen. That better? That was better. You know, and then if I were to shoot with this stick, oh man, you want to talk about, yeah. Let's shoot a game with this stick. Why not? Perfect. Perfect. You like that? That was English. That was one ball up in this corner, and the only thing that happened was cue ball screamed into that pocket. Fly balls, yes. Yes, fly away, be free. But yeah, it all plays a factor in your English, in your speed, you know, like that was about as soft as I could hit a ball right there. You know, I mean, that's it. That is it. Anything softer than that, yeah, you're asking a bit much. I don't think I got that much finesse in me anymore. Says the angry old man shaking his fist at the sky. But I'll tell you what, I still got that pocket speed. If I can see it, I can make it. That used to be the old thing that I went by, is if I can see it, I can make it. Granted, that was back when I had eyes that were worth a damn. And pockets that weren't 3 feet deep. But yeah, that used to get people. Be able to make cuts like that all night long, like into low lighting on top of it. Yeah, my eyes have definitely seen some better days, that's for sure. Robin table. Whoops, might be straight in. Yeah, cue control. That's what the English will do for you. It'll give you the cue control, but trying to master that, not easy. And of course, after you mess around with doing English enough, you're bored. And then you're like, you know, got a ball here, a ball down there, a ball here, a cue ball here. You say, oh man, you know, can't quite see the two. I could take it off the rail with a Hail Mary shot, you know. I mean, that's looking kind of rough, you know. Like, it's there. It's pretty rough. I mean, yeah, I could kick at it, but the angle's kind of funny. I might hit that in order to, you know, kick it in the corner. You can come off this rail short, you know, come off about here, try to kick it in the corner. Or you just take your stick like this and you go around the ball. And that is when I really started to have fun shooting pool. because when you can take a ball and have it bend at the right time, that is fun. That is the most fun that I've ever had on a pool table, was learning how to do that. Granted, I'm no pro. I am not consistent with that. But when it goes, there is not a better feeling than when you can masse a ball and drop a ball in the process. But actually making the cue ball spin around another object ball to hit your object ball, that's fun. That's just fun. And realizing, how you're hitting down on it, you don't ruin the table. There's a lot of people, they want to drive their stick straight down into the ball, right into the slate, right into the felt, and it's like, you do realize you didn't need to use that much effort, right? Like, go look at Florian's pool table that he plays on, and you'll see that there are white spots all the way up and down both long rails. Across the short rail, it's got these divots in it all over the place. And that's strictly from, don't break with that. It's strictly from, shooting down on the ball. But he's also a bit more consistent than I am, so there might be something to that. Like this isn't even a shot that I would even consider a masse on. Let's take that, line it up on the diamond and say, yep. And make contact and hide it behind something. Perfect. That's what you call a defensive 9-ball. You're welcome. And there will be plenty of those, which is why I've been shooting at these lately. Because I'm going to need to be able to get myself out of this fiasco. And I missed. Or they're going to get ball in hand. And they're going to do exactly like I would. Which is, now I run the table, So, it's the only downside about playing yourself. You never win. But then again, you never really lose. But it definitely forces you to push your skills and push your abilities. It's not a structured drill by any means. But any table time, it's going to be good table time. If you don't let the table bother you, if you don't let things get inside your head. I've had some external factors over the last week that have really been inside my head, and those are going away. So, which is good, And shutting off the brain too, that helps. Start overthinking things, and then next thing you know, you're like, oh, that 4 doesn't go on the side. No, that 4 goes on the side all day long. But we're worried about it. It'll go in there. As long as you look at it. Take a look at it. Make sure you're lining up right. Ooh, robbed by a pocket. Definitely don't be sitting there talking in the middle of the backswing. It's not doing you any favors. Not doing you any favors if you're talking in the middle of your backstroke. By 3 inches. Yeah, getting your brain out of the way is a big part of it. Because, like I said, I've been shooting pool for 35 years. You know, am I any good? Eh. I can hold my own when I'm playing against somebody else, but when I'm clowning, eh. I look like I suck right now. And I do. See? See? Terrible. Jesus, Pete, anybody can beat this guy. Till you rack him. Then all of a sudden I take it a little bit more serious, and then all of a sudden it's a whole different game. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm capable of. I know where I need to be. Yeah, I'm going to hook myself every once in a while. I'm not a pro. But I'll tell you what. Even if I hook myself, I'm still going to try to figure out a way through it. I like that. This stick, I don't think this tip is quite hard enough to do that with. I might have to do that with a different tip. Might be able to use the carbon fiber from Masang if I need to. Yeah, you gotta be able to shut the brain off. Brain gets in the way, you're up a creek. You're just gonna trip and stumble over your own feet. Just second guess everything that you do. Then you're just not gonna make anything, and that's just gonna be miserable, and you're gonna be right back to where you started with. Yep, that's why I quit playing that game. And I do it every day. Every single day that I get on a pool table. Yep, that's why I quit playing that game. Yep, by diving. That's why I quit playing that game. I can't make a single ball, man. This is terrible. Ain't never played this game before in my life. Want to put some money on it? Rata. That's how you hustle people at the bar. I'm not encouraging hustling, I'm just saying. That's how the conversation starts. And that's how it ends. It's going to be pretty sweet, pretty fun. I think it's going to be a great time. Then on the 23rd, there's also another qualifier then for 8 ball and 9 ball, so March 23rd. So, depending on how many people show up to that and whether or not I've got a rig set up by then, I might start streaming that, and then figure out what other tournaments they got. I know they got like Jack and Jills and Parkers and Scotch Doubles and they got a bunch. They got so many. Oh yeah, balls go round and round, buddy. That's for sure. That and I'm not even hitting hard. that's the funny part of it all. Like that's not even half of what my usual stroke used to be. My normal stroke was somewhere close to what that stroke just was my normal stroke. Every single ball. But once again, you have to be exact, dead accurate to do that kind of thing. And my balls just don't like me anymore. That's alright. Because they like me enough to do what they need to do in order to make the lead that you need, in order to have another shot next ball most times. Thought I could see more of it. I actually saw too much of it. Yeah, it's dangerous. It gets real dangerous. It's a very dangerous ball game when this ball turns into a projectile being thrown in any random direction. It can turn into a very dangerous game very quickly. Especially when you get pissed off like that because, oh, wrong pocket. That was off by a mile. Didn't even look at it. I don't know why it is that I'm feeling like I'm, you know, definitely off by a foot or so. But when I'm shooting it, it doesn't feel like I'm off. I feel like I'm on. Clearly, I'm not on. I'm clearly off by a foot. Hey, in and out. That's what that is. It's an in and out. Made a restaurant out of that one. Keep going, keep going. Oh, no. One time. It's alright, though. I guess we do that, too. So tired of shooting a 9-ball. Whatever. That's a lie, I guess. I know, right? I know. Terrible how that works. It's like the first thing. So if you're starting this drill, just kind of, you know, make that one first. Get the black one off the table. That way you're not thinking about it. That one is probably one of the worst shots to take later on when you're playing. But you hit the balls. You try to make as many as you can without missing, without scratching. You know, and you just keep going until you ain't got no more balls to shoot at. You see it trickle just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, a little bit of trickle was from the dirt that's underneath the slate. Which is infuriating. It really is. Expecting on that one. Nope. What was that? 15? It's 11. There's a scratch for you. Just to seal the deal. You do things like that all day long. Obviously take your time because you don't want to miss, you don't want to scratch, but when you do it like that, you make all the balls, and you spread them all out again, and you do it again, and again, and again, and again, and you don't miss, and you don't scratch, and you leave the cue ball where you need it, then I would consider you pretty good. But seeing as I can't do that, I don't consider myself very good. But I half-ass try, alright? I give it, you know, a good 75% of my attention. But yeah, no particular order. The biggest thing on this drill is just basically making the ball and leaving yourself another shot. Which, lo and behold, is what the game is all about. And it's even better when you can kind of leave yourself, or you think you're going to leave yourself, so that when you have another shot, that wasn't supposed to hit the rail like that, you can make that one. But I guess we're just kind of suckered into trying a combo that's not going to go. So, screw it. Start over. Once again. Yeah, that's basically what it is. I mean, the emotions are killer. If you take any of it to heart, yeah, I feel bad for you. If you're going to take the game to heart, it's going to be a painful game to play. And it is going to be a painful lesson to learn. Over and over and over. So I try to shut the emotions off and just make the balls, figure out where I need to be. Like I want to make the 3 next. So I'll leave it right there. But why do you want to leave it right there, you say? Because the natural English coming off of that shot is going to rearrange everything else. So I have something else to shoot. Oh look, and I have a perfect shot on the 14. Wow, imagine that. Oh look, how about that 10 ball goes too? If you hit it right. If you hit it right, it will go. It's also just good to hit the balls around and see what happens. You know, just kind of look at what happens in comparison to what you thought was going to happen. That's the important part. What did you think was going to happen? You know, like if I hit this soft, you should be able to stop me right there. Which almost doesn't even look real. Sometimes when you make a shot, it just doesn't look real. If I put a lot of top right on this, it throws me back on this side of everything. Yeah, crazy. You just put a lot of top on this. And throw it right in that corner. Yeah, I mean, what the hell? Yeah, that's how you do it. Learn how to play pool? That's how you do it. Get on a pool table. Hit the balls. Do you gotta make them? No. You gotta be any good? No. Just gotta enjoy it. Just gotta like watching how they roll, where they go, how they go. Different things that you can do. You know? The bottom right here. So we can make the 4-2. Nope. You know, like that's a boatload of English. Every last centimeter of that grabbed. Wrong pocket, but hey, good to know that that works. Now here's the decision maker. You got the 2 on the side. You want to take the 12 or the 4 next? Because from where you're sitting, 12 down here on the short rail and 4 on the long rail, which one looks better? Well, I'll tell you. Seeing as there's an obstacle shooting at the 12 ball, the 4 ball all of a sudden looks a lot better. Put a boatload of English on it. Drop back down for the 12 in the other corner, of which it doesn't go, but you can scratch all day long. So, hitting soft. I'll put the cue ball in every time. As far as the object ball goes, it's a little less consistent, apparently. But that one there is probably one of my favorite warm-ups. It's league night or whatever. People want to, I'll play you in a game. Rack 'em up. We'll play a game, and it's like that's where it's at right there, right there. Spread the balls out. Don't miss. Don't scratch. And figure out where you're going on your next shot. Plan it. Yeah, no, the leave that's the most important part of the game. Where is that cue ball going to stop? So if I take the 9 in the side, I can put the 15 up in this corner. That's the goal. Where's the cue ball going to stop? Right there. Perfect. I put the 15 up in the corner. Where do I want the cue ball to stop? Probably about where it's at, so I can put the 14 in that corner, right? Now, if you notice, I've got a lot more options than just that 14. I got the 10, I got the 13, I got the 14, and I've got the 12. 12 goes cross side, 10 goes in this corner, 13 goes down here. So I've got a lot of options just by leaving that cue ball right where it's sitting, like exactly where it's at. I can make it past the 8 ball to get down to the 10. I can make it past everything in the way. There's nothing in the way for the 12 to bank cross side. There's nothing really in the way to cut the 14. The 13 just still gives me enough to whereas if I was to pull off here, my angle for pulling off is going to kick me out behind on the back side of the 10 just naturally. So that's a very, very powerful position to be sitting in because now you got lots of options. But I said I was going to make the 14. Now if I want to make the 14 and come back, I want to be at about the same spot for the 10. Didn't quite get to the same spot. Here's where the spot was. Here's where I ended up. Nowhere near where I needed to be. And that's where it becomes difficult. However, still in the center of the table, you still got options. Now I've got even more options. I can take the 13 in that corner instead of over here. The 11 I could probably squeeze in that corner. And the 12 I could probably sneak past the 6. So what we're going to do is we're going to squeeze that 12 past the 6 and leave ourselves a little bit better on the 13. But seeing as it landed here, now I've got an angle on the 10. And the 10 looks a lot better than the 13. 10 is going to give me natural English off the rail, leave me down in this area, like the 11 or the 13 in the side or even in the corner. So, depending on where you put it. She ran a little too far. Just a little too far. Now I'm stuck on options. The only place I can go is the 13 up table. It's the only thing I got with any kind of value to it. And the 1 ball jumped out in front of me. There you go. Runs over. Starts to be you. Aim better. But yeah, the leave, yeah, that's all feel. That's all that is. It's just feel. How much, what does it feel like for a soft stroke? What does it feel like for a medium stroke? What does it feel like when you put English on it? What is it going to do when it pulls off the rail? Is it going to die? Is it going to die on the rail, or is it going to pull an extra foot? This one apparently pulls an extra foot on that shot. Or you line up on something like that just to find out that it's not going to, you can't cheat the rail, it's not going to go. A long shot on the 13 in the corner. Then what do? Where's it going to leave it? It's going to come all the way back down table. Just pay attention to what you do, how hard you hit it, how your stroke feels, where you're trying to end up. And that is is another one of those things. Like I said with the training ball, you know, you have an immediate mechanism of feedback with the training ball. It will tell you exactly where you hit it. Trying to figure out leaves and where the cue ball is going to end up, that's a bit more of just understanding how the table's rolling, how hard you're hitting, how soft you're hitting, how much English you're putting on it. You put follow on it, you put draw on it, you put the side or side, top side or side, bottom side or side. That was just a simple top English, push through the shot, broke out the ball, left me pretty on the side. A little bit of top here, bring it right over to this other rail over here with a nice little angle, sitting on the rail because, you know, I wouldn't have it any other way than to leave myself a crappy shot. Double kiss it in like a professional, you know. Shake it off, you know. Pop a collar. That's what I was going for. And then follow it up with something like that. You know, I mean, just to make sure that everybody understands that you can't make a single thing that you're aiming at. That was dropping. That's another one. Just line up on balls, see where you're aiming at, and say, yeah, okay, I'm going to aim at that diamond. Where did it go? You see the people that they'll take the ball here, right? What was the shot? You go all the way down table, and then the cue ball kisses it on the way back. That one. That one right there. You seen that one? Yeah, no, I try to pass on whatever knowledge. If you got questions, let me know. Like I've said multiple times, I've been playing since I was just a little kid. That's it. This was my escape. It really was, and still is. It's been one of the only consistents that I've had in my life, and that being the case, it's you know, as much as I can hate the table or I can hate whatever, I can never hate the game. You know, it's always been there. It's always been a good spot for me to just kind of mellow out, unwind, clear my head is the biggest thing. Being able to clear your head, and when you can clear your head and be on a pool table, dude, look out! Like, you will unlock potential that you didn't even know you had. Like, it's incredible. But I do have to take a short break. I gotta hit the bathroom and whatnot. It's been a couple hours now. Wash some of this chalk off my hands so I'm not just rubbing it into the table. 2.5 hours. Yeah, it's time to take a break for a minute. All right, I will be back here shortly. Enjoy the music. Yeah, I try to keep the jams rolling. I cannot play without music. I did learn that at a young age. I had to have the radio on, and this is all the stuff that I grew up jamming to when I was playing. So it's like that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Most certainly is. And anybody that says otherwise, I don't care what kind of music it is. Whatever you're into, you know. I don't care if it's ska or punk or EDM or disco. I don't care what it's in, you know. But there's a link to a training ball. But the training balls are, you know, about the same as a red dot. You know, just a standard red dot. They actually changed up what red dots that we're allowed to use. You can't use a polka dot like this one. You can't use that on League. They don't allow it, even though that's what the pros use. You got to have a specific red dot now. And I told them piss off because I've got 2 red dots and my training ball, all of which at $35 a pop. You know, so I'm not spending another $70 on 2 more balls because they wanted to change what red dot we're allowed to use. So these ones just kind of float with me wherever, but standardization. Most people in the league didn't have polka dots. I was one of the only people to have a polka dot ball. So they wanted to standardize it because somebody cried that I had polka dot balls. So I said, whatever. Then they can bring their ball and they can spend their time and their money to go and buy themselves a red dot that's regulation for the league or whatever. Because I'm not. You know, like I did this out of the kindness of my heart of I'm going to get a couple of these red dots so then we can use red dots on league at night, on, you know, league night. And, you know, so I dropped $70 on those, and then obviously, you know, while I was there, I seen the Jim Rempe, and I said, yep, I'll be getting me one of those too, because I've got 4 brand new players to league. They've played before, but not competitively, I guess. You know, they were a lot like me, coming from just shooting in the bar or whatever. Yeah, well, they wanted the standardization, and this one actually does respond differently than the other ones for whatever reason. I have no idea. But there is a difference in the response, which is strange, but for me, I really don't care. It's a red dot. It works just like a red dot should. So, whatever. I acquired a couple for myself, my own personal use, you know. And if I ever get around to actually making it to a pool hall and actually giving lessons and everything like that, like I've already made a couple of people just absolute monsters. The guy that I went out shooting with on Saturday he had a tournament, but I used to shoot with him every weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We would shoot every weekend, and he went from being able to not use English, not, you know, I mean, he could make some balls. He was decent enough to make some balls. Here it is a couple of years later, and he's a 6. You know, almost the highest you can be rated. Oh, dude, I tell you, it's like I said, this here is like my zen, you know. Take a toke and get on the table and see what you can or can't do, and you know that's what it's all about. It's just, I mean, you don't get any better from the sideline. You know, you don't get any better watching me. The only way you're going to get any better is picking up a stick and getting to it and seeing what you're capable of. Like I should be able I should be capable to hit the 4 into the corner, not touch the 10, pull the rail, come out between the 2 and the 4, and leave myself somewhere out here for a shot on the 3. Like, that's my skill level. I should be able to do that all day long. All day long, I should be able to do that because that's my skill level. That's where I'm at. You know, other people, not at that level. And that's the thing when people go like to online YouTubes and, oh, you know, this pro said to do this pro said to do that. Well, that's great. I'm glad they said that. I am. Because that's very, very useful insight and very valuable knowledge. If you're at that skill level. You know what I mean? Like, so, and even some friends on the team, they were saying that last week as far as, oh, well, this pro said to do this and do this and do that. And, you know, there's 18 different things that this pro said that I should be doing. And I said, okay, are you a pro? Well, no. Then I guess your skill level doesn't match that who is giving you instruction. Like, you can become a pro if you get the right instruction. If you get the right information, you get the right feedback. And a lot of that comes from just setting up a camera and seeing what you're doing wrong. You can do it yourself. You know, with if you take the basics from the pros have basics that they'll tell you, obviously. And, you know, take those for what they are. They're the basics. You know, but if you want to improve past the basics, be prepared to put in some work. But anybody, I've seen, like I said, there's been multiple people that I've known, that I know currently, that I shoot with on league, that they can make a ball here and there. They can miss a ball here and there. But now they're just absolute monsters. You know, like if I had to play the one guy, if I had to play Jesse, I'd be up a creek. Like, he's gonna give me a run for my money. Because I created a monster. You know what I mean? Like, I told him what he needed to work on, what he needed to improve. He put in the time, he put in the effort. And I'll be damned if he didn't learn everything that I told him. You know, this is the next step to getting better. You know, this is the next step to getting good. And he is a monster at this point. Just an absolute monster on the table. Which I think is awesome. You know, I mean, I love seeing people get good. And if you can beat me, hey, that's awesome. Because, like I said, I'm not pro, but I've been playing long enough to where if I'm going to miss, you're not going to have much of a shot. That's just how it is. If I'm playing against, obviously, somebody else, not myself. Me, playing against myself is a little bit different than playing against somebody else. I look at things a little different. I try different things. It's more just clowning around and feeling how things are, feeling how I'm feeling, you know, what can I get away with? What can I make? Can I make this cross corner? I bet I can. Man, look at that. If you can, oh, I tell you what, I took my my IRL rig without the moto, obviously. So I took my Jetson Nano, a camera, and the only thing I didn't realize was with the OBS that's on the Jetson Nano that I had loaded on the Jetson Nano at that point in time. Well, it wasn't even OBS. It was just it was a recording software. So I don't even remember what it was at the time. I haven't had that SD card in the thing forever. But the recording software, I realized that, okay, can I get enough of an angle on this so I can actually make it, please? Yes, I can. But just having the camera, oh man, I'll tell you what, that pole has pissed me off more times than I care to count. That pole. If you're going to put up a table in your house, just make sure you don't have any obstructions. save yourself the agony that I have been dealing with for the last month now. Don't have any obstructions. Walk around your table with your stick out like this, all the way at the edge of the rail, all the way around, all the way around, all the way around the table, and make sure that there is nothing in the way of your stick hitting things. If you can't do that, you need a bigger room for your pool table, period. Because as soon as you introduce obstacles, you introduce bad habits. And bad habits do not break well. And when you're adjusting your stroke because of a bad habit, it will destroy your stroke. It will destroy your stroke. Do not do that to yourself. Do not cause yourself that problem. Because it will be so much worse down the road. What seems like I'll just deal with it now kind of thing turns into I'm still dealing with this 6 months later after I haven't shot around an obstacle. Because your stroke is off. And that is not acceptable. You want to be consistent. And you want every shot to be able to be as consistent as possible. And having an obstacle, that's the number one no-no. That will destroy all consistency. And you will hate life. Forever. So yeah, that's rule number one to having a pool table in your house. No obstacles. If you can't fit it in your house without obstacles, sorry, don't waste your time with a pool table. Just don't. Go up to the watering hole, shoot somewhere else. Just don't waste your time with it, because it will cause more bad habits and it will just infuriate you, and you'll just it's not good. Not good at all. And even seasoned vets, no, it'll screw them up too. I've been playing for far too long to be missing simple, easy shots because I'm having to jack up on the cue. And you shouldn't have to jack up on the cue. You want your cue as level with the table as possible. Like when you're in your stroke, you should be the same level all the way across. Be it you're way out here, or be it you're out at the edge, you should be able to have the same level stick. And if you got to come up like this for any reason aside from shooting over a ball, and even then, you're going to induce extra amounts of spin, and it's going to throw the ball, and you're not going to make your shot, and it's going to be miserable. Or you're going to have a low percentage of making your shot, a lower percentage of making your shot. And that's not good. Which is why you got to practice the cue control, and how fast the table is, and where the cue ball's going to end up, and blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. I do not say blah, blah, blah. Yes, I do. I say it all the time. I did learn earlier, just told is an oddity. I was learning to shoot lefty or righty. Yeah. And if you're able to, yes. If you are able to, okay, let me break it down for you. If you are able to choose whether or not you want to be a right-handed or left-handed shot, and you have the ability to be, a left-handed shot, and you're not naturally a left-handed shot, shoot left-handed. No joke. As a matter of fact, here, let me run this one. And that was another thing that I used to do back in the day, was I would take all the stripes, and all the stripes would be left-handed shots. Why? Because if you make all the stripes with your left hand, you make all the solids with your right hand, you're training both. You're now becoming ambidextrous. You know how it feels to have the stick in either hand, and when it comes time and you need to use that left-handed shot, you have it. Or the right-handed shot. Either which way. However you do it. My brother, he's naturally right-handed. He shoots pool left-handed. It's the only thing he does left-handed is shoot pool. And he'll give you a run for your money too. He doesn't play anymore though, so probably not. But He used to. He used to play with me until he got tired of losing. Then he quit. He didn't get into it like I got into it. He would rather be fishing. It's nothing against fishing. It's just, for me, entirely way too boring. I'm sorry. I gotta be doing stuff. But sitting there waiting on a fish to bite a hook, that's not, that does not constitute as doing stuff to me. Yeah, no, that's you know, I mean, everybody's gonna have their thing, you know, like that's his hobby. His hobby is whenever he can get out on the lake and fish, that's what he does. He goes out fishing, and he enjoys it. So, you know, I'm not gonna knock him for enjoying it, you know. But it sucked because I lost my my shooting partner, and he always had the stipulation that if he was gonna shoot, he had to be stripes. He would not shoot solids, ever. Ever. He always shot stripes. So anytime that I played with him, no matter what, he had stripes. So it's kind of an homage to him, me shooting the stripes left-handed. And the solids right. Because the solids, solids is what I was always stuck with. Whoops, missed it. Missed it. That stroke was terrible. I should use the closed bridge instead of an open bridge. Yeah, it gets old. Yeah, it's old. And everybody I know is into fishing, and it's just I never could. I'm sorry. I couldn't. Like I've had a lot of fun in my day. Fishing was not really at the top of the list. You know, I mean, if I'm going out and I know that either I'm going to catch something or I'm not going to catch something, it changes my entire outlook on all of it. Because, well, that is all over the place. There we go. So yeah, you ever want to piss somebody off in the bar? Yeah, that's how you do it right there, buddy. I'm a right-handed shooter. I'll beat you left-handed. More accurately, more consistently. Why? Because I have to take my brain completely out of the equation, and all I can focus on is my backstroke and how my stroking arm is doing and what it's doing. Because for me, I'm right-handed. I'm not left-handed. You know, so it really changes a lot of how things go. 5 cross corners, 7 in the side. Aha! 5 all the way up and down, 7 in the other corner. That's how that goes. See if I can get enough draw on it, maybe. Nope, rattle, 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 rattle. Go-karts are fun, man. Have you made any of those, the drift carts? Drift carts are awesome. Drift trikes? Yeah. For car engines and lawnmowers? Yeah. Yeah, no, you gotta be able to build stuff, man. You got to. And once I get thrown out of the boss's house when he gets back from vacation, that's what I'll be streaming, is building stuff. This is collecting a lot of data, which is gonna be awesome. So long as my colors actually show up properly. So I really need to switch categories. Let's kind of mess with that a little bit. but we're not gonna do that right this minute because I don't feel like it. But this right here is training data, as well as practice data. So yeah, this is there's multiple things going on right now with everything that I'm doing all at one time. So it's not just me on camera shooting balls. Sorry. It's not just me on camera shooting balls while saying I suck and giving the best advice that I can. There's plenty more that's going to be happening with all this, which would be cool. And then when the boss does get back in town, like I said, I'll show him the setup. We'll probably shoot a game, and then I'll break down my setup and take my ball and go home. But either way, yeah, there's quite a bit more going on. 2 shifter drift cars. We got a 400cc. Holy crap! And then a 600. Oh my gosh. Yeah. We used to do some things like that. Me and my buddy Ron, before he passed away, we had some really cool times, some really fun times of building some really crazy contraptions. He was a lot of fun for that kind of thing. He had the full setup, welders and everything, and then after all that, it was just a matter of what do you want to do? What do you want to do? What do you want to build? What are we gonna put on what? But yeah, the dirt biking and all that stuff too. So we just go dirt biking all the time. Years and years ago, it had been 2 years since I'd been out in the woods with him, and I regret every minute of not going out in the woods with him more. Because we had a lot of fun jumping on the bike, going out and hauling ass through the trails. The only downside was, the 3-4 hour drive to get to the riding location, to then turn around and drive back after just beating the crap out of yourself for a couple hours. So, yeah. Perfect. Got all of that backspin. I tried putting draw on it, so then when I made it, it would come back and break that out. That did not happen. Why? Because when it hit that rail, it just kept on going. None of the bottom took. Ooh, all the bottom took on that one. Bad hit. People don't often. If you hit it really hard, that's another thing. If you hit it really hard, you can't tell what ball got hit first. So, you're welcome. It's another trick to it. You hit it really hard, nobody knows if you hit your ball first or the other ball first. It was a good hit. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I grew up on dirt roads and in neighborhoods that, they knew that, don't drive too fast because there might be some kids out in the street, playing hockey and, or, don't drive too fast because there could be a go-kart coming around the corner sideways with no way of controlling it. We had one go-kart that the gas pedal and the brake pedal, well, they didn't mean anything. We'll just get that out of the way. The pedals don't mean anything. All right, they just don't. So we had the 5 horses on these things, and the one of them, just short, small little go-kart. Not very big. All of 4 foot long, and the throttle was literally just a brake cable, actually off of the brake system on that go-kart in particular. So the throttle cable was the brake brake cable that came off the brakes. So there was no brakes. You know, you just kind of slowed down as the engine idled down, which is suicidal. Looking back at it, but you know, I mean, hey, you know, that's who we were. You know, like that's just how we roll. All right, so you can either, you know, get with the program or you can go home. So you'd have to, and the brake cable was only so long. You know, I mean, it wasn't by the time that we got a hold of it and got what we needed out of it to be able to hook up to the actual throttle was, you know, it was pretty short. And by short, I mean like you were reaching over your head like this. This is where the throttle cable was, right here. So here's off, here's full throttle, which is great. Except now you're driving this suicide go-kart with no brakes, one-handed, because your other hand is dedicated to the throttle. So, yeah, looking back on it, it was a terrible decision, but I'll tell you what. It was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun on that. We terrorized the whole neighborhood on that thing. No flag or anything. The thing sat right on the ground. Like it did no suspension. You know, it's just sitting on the ground. And yeah, we would come winging around the corner. You know, giving her all she got sideways. No way of stopping. No emergency brake. No brakes. You know. And yeah, it was so much fun. We had so much fun on that thing. Oh yeah, we were having fun. We were having a good old time with it. And then the lawnmower, we had the lawnmower, but that was kind of a butcher job with the lawnmower. That was more or less, we have a lawnmower, what can we do to it to modify it? And we just we chunked it out a bit, but we didn't, we never did finish that one. That was kind of a botched build from the start. Wrong lawnmower, wrong engine, wrong mower, wrong setup. And it needed a lot more butchering before we were done with it. We literally just took the mower deck off of it. The thing still sat, you know, on the standard tires, 3 feet in the air, you know, like. It was just a modified lawnmower. We raked it out a bit. I think we added like 2 foot of length to it. But we could do wheelies on it. That was the fun part of that one. That one did wheelies. Which was also terrifying, to do wheelies on a lawnmower. That had been, you know, welded together by us in the garage. You know, like, the weld's gonna hold when we come down? No, they're not. So, that was a short-lived project. But yeah, I've always enjoyed working with my hands and tinkering and building stuff. So we got some of those coming eventually. I got a lawnmower that I need to finish. Oh, that's crazy. That's just insane. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's just looking for broken bones. That's what that's doing. It's just the danger of that sentence has got me a little concerned. But yeah, no, I got a remote control mower that I got to get back to, because I'll tell you what, I'm kind of done pushing a lawnmower around. All right. And I'm done sitting there taking my time. They've got those automatic lawnmowers now. You know, they've got those. And the autonomous lawnmowers, which are a joke. I seen one of those just mowing into a pole the other day. I drove past, what was it? It was over last summer. So it was about 6 months ago. But they've got one of those perfectly inside the frame rails. Oh, jeez. But can the frame rails hold the weight under torque? You know, that's the important part. Under torque, under a load, is it going to hold are the rails going to stay solid, or are they going to be just, you know, are they just going to fold on themselves and you're going to be hauling ass down the road holding onto an engine? You know, like that's the important part of it all. How's it going to do? How's it gonna handle? What's it gonna do for you? You know. But that can be said of anything really. What's it gonna do for you? Is it gonna help or is it gonna kill you? Let's try not to have it kill you, because that sounded like a recipe for disaster. I say go. Obstacles. More obstacles. They get you into that slump of can't make anything because obstacles. That didn't spin at all. No spin whatsoever. Yeah, I was gonna say that. You hit the gas and watch that thing kick sideways, and there goes the engine. And here you are holding on to a steering wheel as the engine's running off that way. We've had that happen. That's the only reason I say that. It wasn't a Honda Civic engine, granted. It was a, what was it, a 550? I think it was a Honda 550. But yeah, we've done that before. Hey, there goes your engine. Wait a minute, what? Yeah. Safety is it's one of those important things that is normally third. You know, I mean that's generally where that falls. Safety is normally third, but when you're doing crazy stuff like that, you want safety to be, you know, number one. Ticka, 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 ticka. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. That's what it does. A whole lot of clicking. Ah, I get it. Yeah. I was hoping to get it the first time through, not the second time. Yeah, they're not light. They're definitely not light. But solid platform to start with. Definitely a solid platform to start with. Yeah, that's insane, dude. That's insane. Absolute insanity. I mean, fun insanity, but still insanity. Just insanity. That's another stroke that you need to work on when you're practicing. Line up on a shot. Don't practice swing. Draw back. Hold for a second. Or hold for a second and then draw back. But pause for a second. No warm-up strokes. And then just pull the trigger. And that'll tell you how on your stroke is or not. That's for damn sure. It's one of those shots that's like, it's more of a feel shot, I think. Just gotta know where you need to aim, how it feels to hit the ball exactly where you expect to hit the ball. But I wish I had a better camera. One of these days I'll get a better camera. This camera is not the best for color. color on the balls is not the best. Not great. Not terrible either. Could be a lot worse, I guess. But it could also be a lot better. Like, true to life colors would be fantastic. Oh, those are as white as they get, bud. That's it. Those are the brightest white lights that you'll ever have. Like, if I turn off the exterior lights. Yeah, those are as white as they get. There is no, and those are the bright white LEDs. Hello, Andor. Play a song. Want to refresh? How about that? Let's refresh. Not now. What else? Oh, there we go. Wow. That's still got the cake emblem up and it's playing. Yeah. Whatever. So yeah, those are the brightest white lights you can get. The problem is not the lighting, it's the camera. And this camera is I don't know, I think it's like a $60 or $70 knockoff 920. So some Chinese made thing. I know that I gotta sit there and mess with the autofocus settings basically every time that I start OBS. Because it wants to change. It wants to just forget your settings. It's like, oh, you had autofocus turned off? Don't worry. Yeah, it's doing its job all right. Not doing a very good job, but it's doing its job. Not my job. So, yeah, it's kind of... If I hit the 3 first, can I glance back and hit the 7? Yeah, I can hit the 3 first and make the 7. That's a fun one. Nope. Couldn't get enough of it. That's the other thing. You come to this table and everything's clustered up like this, just kind of see what you can do with it. You know, see what's going to happen. You know, you learn a lot for your caroms, where you take one ball off another ball. So if you take like the 2 ball off the 15 ball, can you make it in there? You can't, because it's too close and it's too much of a distance. If the distance from the pocket out is greater than the distance from the pocket in, it's not going to help. Now, if that ball was a lot closer, it would. The 3 ball is past the pocket. So the 9 off of the 3 into the side, the 9 in the side off the 3, is not going to really go, because the 3 ball where it's going to make contact is just there at that edge. And I know how these pockets are. If I could use the side of the rail, if I could use the inside of the rail right here, it would go. But I know that's not going to go. But that's also fun too, when you can just line up on a shot like here. It's not going to go, but if you line up on the 9 into the 3, 9 in the side, see what I mean? It's going to hit that tear right there. I knew it was too far. But that's a fun shot to practice too, because you never know when that comes in handy, and it's come in handy more times than I care to count. Oh yeah, dude. I haven't even. Yeah, the crap that we've done, the crap that we have built. But yeah, now I'm getting more into robotics. I've always been kind of into robotics as a hobby. but now I'm kind of expanding the things that I'm building. It's no longer stuff that sits on a kitchen floor. Now it's something that sits out in your yard. Miss. Swing and a miss. Tried to put a whole lot of English on that. Guess what I caught? The side of the ball. Don't do that. I don't know. Oh yeah. What not to do? Don't do that. That's what not to do. I'm a very good example of what not to do. All right. If nothing else, I can be used as a bad example. Okay. So, that's the thing. Use me as an example. It's probably going to be a bad example, but it's an example nonetheless. All right. Don't do that. Maybe don't do that either. That's probably a bad idea. But I'm never completely useless, Even if you're going to use me as a bad example, that's fine. If they can say anything about me, they can't say that I'm useless, because I can at least be used as a bad example. Very true. Very, very true. So that's alright. See, now if I was any good, I could take the cue off the 10 ball, put enough bottom left on it, kick the 8 into the 12. If I was any good at this game. Nope, not good at this game at all. See? Yeah, exactly. I knew the phrasing was something like that. See, even my phrasing was a bad example. Yeah, come on now. But that's life, man. I've ran into so many people that are on such high horses. It's like, here's a dose of reality. Who cares? That was the motto of one of the teams I used to shoot on was, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Shoot good, shoot bad, nobody cares. Make your shot, miss your shot, nobody cares. Because when you shoot in league, it definitely gets inside your head. It's a different game. You end up trying to force it. You feel the added pressure, so now you're trying harder than you should. And then you got try hard disease, as I call it. Try hard syndrome. Yeah, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares whatsoever. And people stopping by and watching me, cool, I appreciate it, but honestly, nobody cares. There's only one person that cares about how many people are watching and what the conversation is about. That's Twitch metrics, and if you ever looked at Twitch metrics, they're still wrong. So, you're welcome. Once again, nobody cares. But I'll tell you what. I get on, and I can actually feel it. You can definitely feel it. See, in league, that's perfectly acceptable. Shoot again. That's how much of a give a shit league I've got. Slop counts. You're welcome. Shoot again. Do it again. Which you would think there would be a lot more women playing, but there's not really. I think just about every team has got one, maybe two, out of 8 players is female. So, and it's like, man, you're still allowing slap? Come on. And the girls that are playing, holy crap. Jeez, oh Pete. Yeah. Yeah, don't take them lightly because they will kick your ass around the block if you are not on your game and paying attention to what you're doing, which is fun. Because at least you get your run for your money on them. You know, like they're good players. The one girl that's on our team, another one like Jess, and she's a monster. Just look out, you know. I mean, she's low rated, but when it comes down to it, if she needs to make a ball, yeah, she's making that ball. It doesn't matter. But she's another one that I kind of gave a few pointers to, and then she just naturally improved upon a lot of things based on those pointers. And then next thing you know, I hadn't seen her in years, and now she's just a monster. I was like, oh my gosh. I gotta sit down and try when I play you now? That ain't right. I'm not supposed to have to try when I play this game. I'm supposed to be able to just show up and win. Like, trying, what's that? Now I gotta try. So it's like, it takes a lot of the fun out of it when you're trying, honestly. It really does. Nope. That one was way too much speed, apparently. Yeah, that's what you wanted. Just like that. Hooked yourself real good. I wanted to be up here, so I had a shot on the 7. That's what I was going for, was a shot on the 7. Guess what I didn't get? A good shot on the 7. Which leaves me with a crappy shot on the 1 and no shot on the 5. Which means this run's about over. Try to kick the 1 though. Kick it. 2 rails? No. No, not the right angle. Passed it. Thank you. Before I even pulled the trigger. But hey, look, it's right in the way of the 1. 5 might be able to squeeze through though. And it does. Now, there's the conundrum. Do I take the 7 down there and then shoot back and forth down table 8 times to hit the 1 and hopefully leave myself with a shot? Or do I try to bank the 1 at a funky angle? That's right. You never try to do that. Always try to hit that 18 times. That way you can rearrange the entire board. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, there's some that are good. There's others that are like, go home, please, leave me alone, quit harassing me. Because they'll leave you something like this, like your solids. They'll accidentally leave you something like this, and you're like, really? And then by the 3rd or 4th time that you walk up to a table that looks like this and you have literally no shot on anything, just out of sheer luck. You know, it's not out of anything else, it's out of sheer luck. And I can never do that again if I try. Can't do it. Can't do it. There's no way that I can walk through there again without touching anything. There was barely enough room for that to walk through there. And yeah, there are some chick players that are just absolute monsters on the league. And then there's, I mean, we got one of them, she's a 7. Which is the best you can be in 8-ball. And holy crap. Yeah, she is. Yeah. Yes, I am. Yes, I am wearing the JNCOs. Yes, those are the JNCOs. Those are the current JNCOs. The other JNCOs are kind of holy. Um, yeah, no, you're not the only one. Fashion has finally caught up with men realizing that their balls are shrinking because they're wearing skinny jeans. Um, so whoever started that whole skinny jean fashion, the guy that didn't have any clean clothes, so he put on his girlfriend's pants one day. Um, yeah, whoever decided that was a good idea, that fashion is now phasing its way out, and all the baggy stuff's coming back from the 90s and whatnot. So yeah, I'm happy to see that fashion trend go. Oh yeah, no, that was literally some dude out there didn't have any clean jeans and went out in public, or maybe he did have clean jeans and he just thought it would be funny to go out into public wearing his girlfriend's jeans, and then all of a sudden everybody thought that was a trend or something, because one idiot decided to be a moron. And then all of a sudden, they became a thing, and somebody marketed it and made $1 million off of it because, hey, skinny jeans, that's the way to be. And yeah, every retard jumped on board with it. Me, no. I'll wear about the tightest jeans I'll wear are Wranglers. And not happily, I might add. But, something formal, I'll put on a pair of Wranglers maybe. Or Levi's. But then I seen JNCO was making things again, and I said, hey, that's me. Sign me up. I want my comfort back. Of the things that I don't have. And I'll tell you what, of the things that I will have, that are on my priority list, being comfortable is now number one. Okay? I've gone so many years of pinching pennies and trying to stretch dollars. I'll just wear these $15 Wranglers. And I've just come to the realization that I was burning through more pairs of jeans per year, to the point where it wasn't even justifiable to buy a $15 pair of jeans. It just wasn't. The first time I take them out in the garage, they've got holes in them because they're so thin. And even their thicker ones are still thin. I'm not sacrificing comfort anymore. I sacrificed comfort for far too many years of my life, in an attempt to save some money here and there. Just save a couple of bucks, and be able to put that towards other things. But I'm sorry, if I got to pay $130 a pair of jeans, I'm gonna pay $130 a pair of jeans. I don't even care. I will be comfortable. And with comfort comes a lot of things. Number one, you're comfortable, so you're not, feeling cramped and stuck and like crap. Number two is confidence, and confidence is huge. You gotta have confidence, and if you're not confident in what you're wearing, chances are you're not wearing the right thing. So. For me, I've always been comfortable in not the huge, not the I'm swimming in my jeans JNCOs. Not those, okay? I mean, they're still respectable jeans that I got on. They're just a little bit wider leg. Oh yeah, yeah, and UFOs. Yeah, good grief. Yeah, whatever. I did have at one point in my life, and I will admit, I did have a pair of 40-inch openings. So, and on my tiny little frame of, 32-inch waist, 40-inch ankle openings was I was the wizard at that point. You know, I was wearing a wizard's robe at that point, from the waist down. So it was, yeah. I did have a pair of those. You know, how long I wore them for was another story, because I trashed those in a hurry. And then even when they first came out with those, they were still expensive. You know, they were still, you know, 70, 80 bucks a pair, you know, at the time. And dropping 70, 80 bucks a pair of jeans just to watch them get thrashed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just watching them get thrashed, though, it was like, oh, God, you're killing me. That was expensive, you know? So, I didn't, I fell out of the super huge and baggy and went with baggy enough to be comfortable. And that's what I just always stuck with. And then when I seen that they came back on the market 2, maybe 3 years ago, they've only got the online store that I know of. So you got to get them online. So there's kind of the market's kind of cornered for selection. But the fact that I can get them again is, oh, I've been happy. I've been extremely happy with my jeans, and everybody that I've ran into is like, turn around. Why? Those are actual Jinkos. Where did you manage to find actual Jinkos? Well, I'll tell you what, they haven't been sitting in my closet for the last 20 years, I'll tell you that much. Because the ones that were in my closet were rags by the time I was done wearing them, because they stopped making them. And I said, well, what the hell? I'm still going to wear them. And then, you know, years later, they reopened shop. But yeah, that's what I wear. Other than that, whatever t-shirt I got on for the day. Long sleeve t-shirt, short sleeve t-shirt, whatever. Combination, long sleeve and short sleeve, I don't care. As long as I'm warm, as long as I'm comfortable. Doesn't matter. Because why? Nobody cares. Oh yeah, I didn't have a clue. Yeah, no, that's my daily jeans, bro. Get with the program. That's daily. Yeah, the other ones, yeah, I've destroyed those ones. I know that. So, yeah, that one's already got it's got some holes in it, you know. So that's unfortunate, you know. Roll it back over. Yeah, we got some holes in her. Got holes here. More holes. Yeah, I've abused these ones. Yeah, no, I got different sets. These ones are the this is pipes, I want to say. No, these are the Lowdown Classics, 20-inch. And then I got, yeah, and then I got, I don't know which one, I think I got the pipes on right now. And then I got another set of pipes, and I got another set of Lowdown. And yeah, but yeah, they're nice. They are comfy. And for the price point, I wore those ones for 2 years while wrenching on the Corvette. And by wrenching on the Corvette, I mean I popped the hood open and I'm sitting on a tire. You know, I mean I was definitely all up in that machine. All up in it. And snagging on everything in sight. So, you know how that goes. You start snagging on things and ripping and tearing and things of that nature. But yeah, that's all I wear, man. You know? And I wear it because it's comfortable, not because somebody else cares about it, not because somebody else... I don't care. I don't care. If you live long enough, you'll realize nobody cares. Just like that. See? I missed that shot. You think anybody cares? Nobody cares. Missed that shot too. Threw it the hard way. If I could only figure out how to do that, like, every time, like, deliberately, that'd be cool. But it takes a lot of time and effort that I'm not dedicating on one single shot. That never bodes useful. At least I have yet to see it bode useful. The only thing I've seen it useful for is showing off. Which is fun. Showing off's fun too. Yeah, that's right. That is absolutely correct. Like Sinatra said, I did it my way. Yeah, one more rack. With me, it's always one more rack. Uno mas, uno mas. And it always ends up in, one more. As long as I get company. If I'm just sitting here talking to myself, yeah, I'd have shut the stream down over an hour ago if I was just talking to myself. That's boring. It's nice when people have questions and whatnot, and I can kind of explain. Or, just not even have questions about that. Just sit around and shoot the breeze, as it were. Which I'm good with. I've spent more time shooting the breeze on a table, generally in a bar, but same difference, Random strangers walk into the bar, come over, fire up a conversation. How you do it? That's life. I don't think that enough people give enough credit to how social people actually are. Even people that are like, yeah, whatever, screw the world. Even the old man shaking his fist at the sky, like I do, quite frequently. Still gotta have people to talk to. Oh no, I ain't got nothing. Got nothing going on. Tomorrow is league night, so, and I deliberately, seeing as I said, I don't know if I told you, but like I've said before, I'm in charge of the company right now. Which means I don't care. My Wednesday and Thursday is my weekend. Wednesday because I don't want any distractions mentally. I don't want to be frustrated or aggravated going into the day, knowing full well that I have to shoot league that night. So I take Wednesday and Thursday as my weekend. Thursday I often try to squeeze some kind of work in, even if it's just desk work. But nothing that I'm, getting up at 7 o'clock in the morning for because I was just out until, midnight the night before, Yeah, and that's me, and the amount of work that we have right now really isn't that much, so it's not really even a thing at this point, but you rob an ass table. But come summer, when things start really picking up and everything gets into full swing and we get back on track, like happens every year, it's still semi-seasonal work. We're not out installing things on frozen rooftops. Like we're not putting solar panels on a roof that's a metal roof with a 30-degree pitch or whatever. In the dead of winter, we're just not doing that. So a lot of the projects that didn't get finished up, or most of the time by this time, all the ending projects from last year are finished up prior to now, and now it's just kind of babysitting what's already out there and what might have had a catastrophic failure. And there is the occasional nice day that we get where we can go out and install. Well, the crew can go out and install. That was, why am I hitting so low on the ball? I just needed some draw. I didn't need it to jump the ball. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things. There we go. I'll just hit it hard because you know what? Last shot pissed me off. That's why. It was some nonsense. All I needed was some draw, and it wanted to play games with me. And that'll happen too. You start messing around with one of those training balls, and then you'll realize real quick that as low as that ball says you can hit, you have to be level with that location. And every time you'll throw the cue ball into a pocket. So you're welcome. For a very, very long time. Until you get used to how it's going to respond. Which is fine. One of those things. Just another one of those things. Another part of the game. Think I can split the difference? Hey, there you go. Nice split shot right there. Left it difficult. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, and that's awesome. And it's nice that you're able to do all that, you know. A lot of people can't do any of that, which I feel bad for, because it's like you're missing out on a lot. You're missing out on life, if you ask me. You can't, you know, at least tinker. You know, or if you're too afraid to tinker, you're just missing out on life. That is life. Life is hacking, tinkering. Say, yeah, this item is supposed to do this thing. But what if I make this item do something it wasn't intended to do? That's fun. Because then all of a sudden, then you're using your imagination and creativity. Yep. Yep. You know, it started with taking apart something you weren't supposed to take apart. That's for damn sure. And yep, I've been there. But then when you put it back together how it's supposed to go and it still works, I wasn't in trouble anymore. I got scolded for taking things apart that I shouldn't be taking apart, but then when you put them back together and they still work, everybody's amazed. They're just like, what? You just had that in pieces. You just put it back together and it works, and it's like, yeah, that's how that works. That's how that's supposed to work. Like, that's the goal. Take it apart and put it back together so it still functions. That is the goal of the whole tear it apart. You know. Yeah, well, I mean, I know I cleaned at least one part, or two maybe, depending on how much dust was inside of it. You know. Here's a good shot for you. Run that all the way down the rail, past the pocket. Nope. Little bit of drift. Little bit of drift because I hit the wrong side of the ball. A little bit of not going in because I didn't hit the ball at all. There we go. These side pockets, man, these things are a joke. That's alright. Yeah, I mean, you know, clean off a couple of transformers, maybe a resistor, maybe a capacitor, you know. Gotta be careful with the transformers though, those hold voltage. Those will store some power. Capacitors as well. capacitors a little bit less dangerous. Those just kind of startle you when they explode. Transformers, yeah, we get a jolt. Did a bit of a jolt from those, but yeah. Obviously, don't stick your metal fork inside the electrical outlet. Don't do that. You know, these things are important. You got to remind people every once in a while what not to do. Yeah, it's fun. All right, it is fun. It's a good time. Don't do that. I'm not condoning that. The electrician, the master electrician that wanted to know what circuit he was working on was not amused when I handed him a paper clip and said, "Just short the circuit." He was not amused. Here's a paper clip. You can short the circuit with this. It'll be fine. He did not find that amusing at all. That doesn't go. Yeah, I guess we'll go that route instead. That way we got more of an opportunity to screw it all up. Ta-da! We screwed it all up. A wall of stripes right there in the corner. Yeah, I mean, it's surefire way. You will find the breaker, I guarantee it. 10 off the 14. Break it out a little bit. Let's see if we can't sneak in past the 9. Ticky. Double kiss everything into the hole. Comes up. Ooh, that is a bad spot to land for that. I needed to be out here. Have the angle for it there. Had I been out farther and I could see more of it, I could have taken that cross corner. Or at least attempted to take a cross corner. Everybody knows I can't make that shot. You kidding me? Think a pro or something? Come on. Okay, that was weird. I should not have Windows sounds on a Linux machine. Yeah, there should not be Windows sounds on a Linux machine. I'm sorry. That's not how this works. That was weird. Oh yeah. No, get the right tool for the job. Get the right tool for the job. They actually have a circuit tripper. It's just a 3-prong tool that plugs into the outlet, and then you just hit the test button, and it shorts the circuit. Yeah, no, definitely have the right tool for the job. Because I've walked into plenty of houses where we don't know what is what. And when you gotta have specific devices like your refrigerator on solar backup, you want to make sure that your refrigerator is on solar backup. So, you don't want to just be going in there willy-nilly and be like, yeah, I think the refrigerator's on this circuit. No, you need to know. You don't want to have solar on your house and not be able to. Damn, I gotta take that last so I can break it off the 8. You don't want to have solar on your house and not be 100% certain that you have. Where do I need to be for this? the essentials backed up, because there's nothing worse than having a power outage and losing $200-300 worth of food because it takes them 3 days to restore power. So I needed to be here. Here would be a good angle. I don't want to be too steep on it. Hey, that's a great angle. That looks fantastic. Let's just shoot out of the pocket. Perfect angle. What are you talking about? Come on now. What are you talking to? Yeah, no. No, oh, DC too. DC will do a number to you. It's amazing how many electricians don't know what DC is. They don't know how it functions, they don't know how it works, they don't know anything about it, and it's like, I thought you were a master electrician. What happened? You're only a master of half of the electricity, apparently? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. How can you call yourself a master of something if you only know half of it? You know? I know AC. Yeah, what about DC? Well, no, I don't know that. You know, and you're not hardly a master, are you? Yeah, I think it's hilarious. I think it's absolutely hilarious. I've been in so many arguments and fights with master electricians and their stupid ass egos. I think it's hilarious. They're like, oh, I've been doing this for so long, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, I've been shooting pool for 35 years. Guess what? I still suck at it. What's the difference? I'm not getting paid, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to be an idiot. I wish I was, but I'm not. Hell of a thing if I was getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to be an idiot. I'm doing a lot better than I am now, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, it's something else. Just absolutely asinine that they don't learn at least the basics. You know what I mean? At least the basics. Oh yeah, completely different monsters. You know, but just the basics I would expect them to know, and they don't. I had one electrician trying to cross wires. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Well, this is line 1, and it's black, and line 2 is red. So I'm just gonna tie the red to the black and the black to the red. And I'm like, nope. Like that black line on the DC side, that's a ground. Please don't tie live 210 to, 220 to that. Yeah, that is not how this works. Yes. I feel like giving them, I don't know, you're probably old enough, but what was the guy that always had the here's your sign, Here's your sign. Bill Engel, old comedian. Sign that says I'm stupid. Here's your sign. It's fun though. Now that I've got some electricians that are actually trained up and understand that they don't know everything. Especially, my hardware. Specifically my hardware. Yeah, Bill Engel. And yeah, he was great. At that point in time is when I learned sarcasm. Okay? And then that was very bad. It was everything that followed after that was terrible. My sarcasm was thick. I mean, it was bad. It was to the point where I was just calling people retarded straight to their face. You know, just, it was bad. And then I realized that I could just literally walk up to somebody and call them an idiot. And I no longer needed sarcasm because it was just stating facts. And you can't argue with the facts. So what? That's a fact, son. You're an idiot. But, alright. Solves that problem. But I used to try to be coy about it and, you know, joke around about it, and then I just turned into the angry old man shaking my fist at the sky, yelling and screaming and ranting and raving. Because the frequency of needing to use sarcasm just to get through a day was terrible. And no, they didn't. They didn't. It was bad. It was bad. Yeah, D-Gen from way back. Sorry. Sorry. Not sorry. I am who I am. If you don't like it, man, then sorry and shit. That was probably one of my favorite Tech Nine songs that ever came out. Sorry and shit. Don't like who I am, man. Sorry. I'll get over it. I'd suggest you get over it sooner. Make everything. Try to make everything. Didn't work. These guys, oh man. Yeah, it's a different world back then. And I had a lot more fun in that world. And then I didn't do that in that world, though, I'll tell you that much. Jeez, oh, please, come on now. Try to be soft and gentle about it, just walk right over the ball. Why? Because I dropped my shoulder. Why did I drop my shoulder? Why? Because I wasn't concerned with hitting the ball. Why wasn't I concerned with hitting the ball? That's the whole object. Because my brain is elsewhere. My mouth is running. That's another thing that I learned, you know? If you're talking while you're shooting, you're not making it. Yeah, the 90s were... Yep, that was a wrap. That pretty much sealed the fate of humankind and everything that follows. Like, that was the epitome of everything. And then everything went straight off a cliff. Oh yeah, everything, all of it. All your social media and all your crap that they've come up with, all your apps. All of it. Absolutely all of it is just gone. That was not where I intended to be. It's gone just straight off the rails. You know. Well, the problem is 2000 and the technology that came out in 2000 and what we were able to do changed. And as soon as there was a breakthrough, I think it was actually like 96 or 97, when the dot-com boom hit, you know, and when the dot-com era hit, everything kind of went straight off the rails, because everything could be made into a web page, everything could be easily accessible. And you know, I was talking to somebody, I forget who it was, but they said that their significant other was a teacher, and was just terrified at the actual illiteracy of just the people in the States. And it's like, you know, that's not acceptable. And ever since the late 90s, the public school system here specifically has just dropped standards. Just not enough people are passing. Okay, we'll just reduce the standards. We'll just reduce what's required to pass. So, the new norm is now like. I'm just grateful that you were able to get out of bed, drowned in the shower this morning and made it to work. Like, that's kind of where I'm at now, so. My expectations of humans and their capabilities and their abilities are not very promising. I don't know if you've caught any of the SpaceX launches or any of that stuff, but the people on the screen there even are like, it's like, I mean, don't get it twisted. They're very intelligent human beings, but oh yeah, it definitely turned into a dark abyss. There's no doubt about that. It's just, it just straight in the toilet. Straight in the toilet. And then the funny thing is, the biggest ones that went straight in the toilet were all the ones that were supposed to be the ones connecting everybody. Facebook. Trash. Absolutely toxic. Just the most toxic thing on the planet right now. I mean, I don't even know if there's a dispute to that. I don't think there's anything that's more toxic. Yeah, I'm the same way. Yeah, I love learning. And hands-on is one of my best ways of learning. Like, learning what I can do, what I can't do, what I'm capable of, what I'm not capable of. Yes, I'm not a genius. Sorry to break the news to everybody. I'm not. Surprise! But I can do some shit. And I can do a lot of shit that a lot of people can't. Like, miss that shot. How can you miss that duck? Jeez, oh Pete. Yeah, MySpace was awesome. MySpace was awesome when it was MySpace and you were able to customize a web page to fit yourself, and that was the best interactive learning that I did as far as programming went. Outside of, Jets and Nanos, Raspberry Pis, Arduinos, things of this nature. But yeah, the web page, I mean, it was just HTML and CSS, it was just basic web dev stuff. But it did kind of form that itch of learning how to program. I mean, it did create that itch of wanting to learn more. It was just enough of a teaser to be able to do something cool and then put it out there for the world to see that you did something cool, but at the same time, you are learning. And that's huge. Like, I think that something like that does need to come back. That's something. Yeah, it definitely lit a fire under me, and it definitely gave me the bug, like a lot. But it was the learning aspect that I enjoyed of it. It was interactive learning without formal instruction. So it kind of made you have to do research on your own to figure out what you had to do in order to implement something. Even something basic. I mean, I'm still getting. I got an unresponded to email in my inbox right now. A game I used to play was Dungeons and Dragons Online, and I'll probably play that again eventually when I actually sit down and get the stream set up and the game set up and get the two rigs talking to each other. But that one you could actually customize your font color for talking to people, be it like in chat or whatever, but it required code, and you had to have scripts that were running, and you had to have basically a LUT in the background that was running, or that it was pulling information from, and then you have to set up aliases. And it took me a little while to figure it all out, and then I got it all figured out, and it was awesome. And then the like your profile for your character, you could make that all color coded. Yeah, and then this was not your usual D&D. This was a very defined dungeons, very defined video game. But I got, like I was saying, I got an email I got to respond to as soon as I get back to the house and fire up the gaming PC and figure out how I actually coded in colors into my bio, so people could read like all my information about my character in the bio in colors, which is pretty sweet. Just run all the way down the rail. That's where I want you, right in the pocket. Perfect, man. Just like I wanted. But yeah, that really that really sparked off some things when playing video games where you can inject code. That'll take you down a dark path if you let it. Injecting code into games and stuff. But that was intentional on that one. That was deliberately set up that way. And then the tutorials on how to do it all, I think mine is like one of the only ones still in existence, which is awesome. And they actually took down the official page for how to do all that stuff, which was hilarious as well. Obstacle. I don't know if you heard it on my backstroke, but that was the obstacle. That'll fuck you up every time. A little bit of top right. Break that off of there. Of course, had I actually tried to make the shot, that would have been better. Still a decent lead though. Tink tink. Yeah, get it on the way back. More fun that way. Perfect. Why is it perfect, you say? Because I can make them all in one shot, that's why. Ha ha ha. I think I can cut that thin enough to go in the corner. I can cut it too thin and it won't go in the corner. That's incredible. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, color text helps. It really does. It really does help. The problem is I was always the guy that had the colored text that went with the guild. So my text like this right here. So that would be blue, right? So if that's blue and guild chat is blue and you're in a group with me and I start typing in blue, people think that they're talking to me in guild chat, which is hilarious. So they thought that I was in their guild for the longest time. And then I'd run with them again on another raid or another dungeon or whatever. Another pickup group. And they'd be like, I thought you were in my guild, man. What's going on, man? I keep trying to reach out to you. I keep trying to hit you up, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, I'm not. And then I'd start typing in rainbow colors. Every other letter was a different color, which was hilarious. Or, I'd literally just change colors constantly. Oh yeah. I'd go from talking in blue to talking in green and be like, what are you talking about? And then I had a different shade of green. I actually had, I'd actually dug out the old terminal green, and I would use that one instead of the standard green. And yeah, they hated that too, because they're like, how are you typing in a different green? Why is your green different? I don't know. And then half of them thought that I was a mod or something. I was like, what? No, I'm not a mod. Well, he's a server mod. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not. Yeah, I have fun no matter where I'm at or the company I'm in. Okay? I can amuse myself very well. And it's just a matter of what extent I get to go to, depending on the crowd. So that's the best part of it, you know? Depending on the crowd, that determines how much fun you get to have. You know, I've always been, as far as my personality goes, I play better off of people than I do just, you know, like I would make a terrible stand-up comedian. I'd be the next Matt Riff, you know? It just up on stage roasting people, like, nobody cares to get roasted, dude. Bring some content, you know? So I always try to, you know, make fun of it without making fun of a person or whatever. You make fun of the situation, you make fun of the, you know what I mean? Like, you always joke about things. But don't ever aim it at somebody, you know what I mean? Like, that's just rude. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm just another guy. Just talking about. I didn't do nothing. What? Wasn't me. Somebody else. You went that way. But yeah, so I gotta respond to that email once I get logged into my gaming PC, which is funny because my gaming PC is a Windows shitbox from 14 years ago, and I think it's got like an RX 550 in it. Oh yeah, no, I'm a mirror. Like, I'm not even a sponge. I'm a mirror. You know, you come at me with some bullshit, you're gonna get it back. I promise. You come at me with a good time, oh boy, we're gonna have a blast. You know what I mean? Like, you come at me with some jokes, man, let me know where your jokes are sitting, because I'm gonna fire them right back, and it's gonna be a good time. You know, like, pure 90s kid, you know? Realistically 80s kid, but whatever. Who's counting? That would make me old if I was an 80s kid, so we'll just go with 90s kid. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, mine's not much better, and that's my Windows PC, which is hilarious. It's a potato. I think it's got an AMD. What are the specs on that? I just had it pulled up the other day. I was just looking at it. Files. Where's that at? Old documents. Old rig is running an AMD FX 6300 6-core 3.5 gigahertz processor with 24 gigs of RAM and what else does it got? Yeah. So yeah, and you might ask why 24 gigs of RAM. That's a strange number to have 24 gigs of RAM. You are correct. That's because when Windows 10 first came out, no, Windows 7. Is it 7 or 10? Either which way. One of the trash Windows that just came out. I think it was 7. The maximum RAM that you could have on the device was, the maximum RAM that the device would use was 24 gigs. You could have 32 all you want, but it could only access 24 gigs. So I had 2 4 sticks, so I had an 8 stick of RAM on 2 slots. So I just picked up 2 8 gig slots, 2 8 gig chips, and dropped those in, and then voila, 24 gigs of RAM. And I'll tell you what, runs great. But yeah, one of them had a restriction as to how much RAM it could use. Yeah, no, I'm running 10 on the one now just because 7 is deprecated too far for my security preferences. And then my primary rig, which is hilarious because that's a, oh jeez, what is a primary rig? I've been having it. It's freaking stupid. Old projects, docs, rig. It's the X570 Aorus Elite with 32 gigs of RAM, a Ryzen 5 3600, 12 core, 3.6 gigahertz, and an AMD 6650. That's my Linux machine. Like, oh. Yeah, Linux can literally run on a potato, and I'm running it on a monster. Why? Because why not? You know, realistically, this should be my Windows PC, just so that I can game with better graphics, but whatever. I don't game very much. I might be getting back into some gaming, though, now that I'm streaming. This was more or less just a little bit of an experiment to kind of keep me back where I was when I used to shoot. Like, when I used to have fun and just shoot. A couple of reasons. Number one, having an audience while you're shooting is one of two things. You're either going to become more relaxed and more loose, and you're going to play better, or you're going to become more nervous because you've got eyeballs on you. And that's just, you know, the human psyche. That's just how that works. You know, so make a moat. But I've always been kind of the one to shoot the breeze and shoot at the same time. So they're gonna hate me this weekend. I got yelled at last weekend by the league operator. He was not happy. One of the guys that shoots on my league on Wednesday night, different team, he was there, and while he was at the table, you know, he's like me. I'm at the table, I'm shooting, I'm talking, you know, whatever. And that's how he is, which is hilarious because here he is, you know. I mean, he would stop talking and whatnot. He'd get up to the table, he'd get to, oh, serious. Oh, serious. I made the ball, all right, make the next ball. But then when he missed, he'd come over and start yakking it up with me, you know. And that wasn't me talking, it was him talking. And I'm like, come on, man, you're going to get me in trouble. The league operator comes over and taps me on the shoulder. He's like, you can't be talking to these guys while they're shooting, man. You gotta let them shoot. Just leave them alone. And I'm like, well, I'm not even the one that started the conversation. Like, come on now. If somebody else starts a conversation with me, I'm not going to be rude and disrespectful and just ignore them. I mean, come on. Like, you gotta realize that's not who I am. And if you gotta be like that when you're shooting, like, come on now. Get better. But he's one of those guys. He's just gonna, you know, he set the rules, he set the precedent, and then he had to enforce it, and I was the only one stepping on the line, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, people reading? Oh, man. I used to spend many a day in a bar. That was the other thing that I used to enjoy about shooting pool. Like, I'd go to the bar, I'd be shooting pool, all the local yokels would show up, and I'd just people watch. You know? And people watching is actually a lot of fun. It really is, because there's different types of people. I mean, anytime that I was ever, you know, at the bar, shooting pool, whatever, I could see if there was going to be a fight breaking out, who it was going to be between before the night even began. So, which was great, because, you know, I'd walk over to the bouncer and say, you see this guy over here? If these guys are here for more than an hour, keep an eye on them, because it's going to get rowdy. And it often would. But, you know, it was just fun. Just fun. And then watching the people that thought they had better ideas. Oh my gosh. The people with the better ideas. That was always fun. I could sit back and be like, yep, watch this. This guy's about to do something dumb. In 3, 2, 1. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, geez, oh, Peach, yeah, that's nuts. That's asking for a full-time therapist. That's what that's asking for. When you're not spending your time at work, you're spending your time in a therapist's office, because holy crap, what people consider acceptable at Walmart is something else. Yeah. No, I had a lot of fun though. I've had all kinds of fun in my day. And still trying to, obviously. You know, I ain't dead yet. Many have tried, none have succeeded. And many have tried. Sorry about your luck. Made it. Ta-da. So how do you read this? You know, here's the table. It's all washed out. So you can't even see the balls that I'm looking at. You can, but you can't. I don't know. One of those things. That's not going to work very well. I'm going to definitely need to have to fix that somehow. One of these days. Yeah, like I said, I think the only way that I can really solve that problem, too much spin. The only way I can really solve that problem is a different camera. It's not a piece of crap USB webcam. Because there's only so much you can do with a USB webcam. Oh yeah, yeah, no, it's... Now when you find the people that you actually get along with and more people like yourself, you build what they call a community here on Twitch. I think it's more like a cult. But not really a cult. It's more like, you know, like-minded people tend to flock together. Which in the right context would be the literal definition of a cult. But they like to call it a community. A community. That's what that is, a community. A community of people that have like-minded things. Yeah, you know. But I mean, it's when you start developing the ritual of everybody's going to be here on this day, at this time, at this hour for X amount of time, for X amount of hours. And we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And I'm waiting for people to break out, you know, some satanic rituals, and we're gonna have a bonfire and roast marshmallows. I cannot wait. It's gonna be amazing. And we're gonna do that. We are gonna do that. That's gonna be a thing. Okay, just telling you right now. Once winter breaks and I'm able to get the hell out of the house and get outside again, yeah, that's gonna be a thing. I'm sorry. Spoiler alert. That will be happening this year. now that I'm actually streaming, yeah, that's a thing. That is gonna be a thing. We used to have lake bonfires, which is where we'd wait for the lake to freeze over, and then we would take as many trucks filled with pallets that we could out on the lake, and then have a fire. So we haven't been able to do that in a number of years, which is very, very sad and very, 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 very depressing not being able to do that, because man, some of the funnest times I've ever had have been out on a frozen lake with a 30-foot high bonfire ripping next to it. And man, those were good times. See how me thinking about a good time just made two amazing shots? Did you see that? I don't know if you saw that, but in case you didn't see that, rewind, watch again, okay? Because that's the difference between shooting this game in the right frame of mind and in the wrong frame of mind. If you're in the wrong frame of mind, you're gonna miss stuff. But when your brain isn't actually focused on the game, you know, you're not overly focused, you're not overly concentrating and thinking, you can look at a shot and say, yep, that just goes. And then without even thinking about it, just make it, you know. But, of course, I'm not going to make one now because I'm sitting here thinking about it again. Oh, yeah. The Christmas trees. The Christmas trees were often used by the ice fishermen. So when the ice fishermen would pull a shanty or relocate their shanty, they would drop their Christmas tree in their fishing hole. So then you didn't end up stepping in it, rolling an ankle, stepping down into the lake, what have you. So those were always good markers for don't drive your snowmobile here. There's a hole, don't or expect a hole maybe. But yeah, I missed the bonfire lakes. But yeah, we're definitely gonna be having some backyard bonfires. That's for sure. Yes, sir. Because that is one of my favorite pastimes in the summer. On the spring, summer, somewhere in that area. I love sitting out and just watching a fire burn and listening to the jams and just chilling. It's very, very calming, very relaxing. We used to throw some banger parties too with bonfire parties, but everybody grew up and had kids, and wham. I can't go out past 10 o'clock at night, and I gotta have the kids in bed, and there's school tomorrow, and wham. Yeah, okay, whatever. You know what I mean? That's where Twitch comes in. It's like, cool. You don't actually have to come over to my house to have a bonfire. You can just show up on stream and enjoy the bonfire with me. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. We still have big-ass bonfires. Don't get twisted. But they're more like around holidays and birthdays and things of that nature, Just, they're more specialized events rather than, hey, it's Thursday night, let's have a banger. Because we've done that too. It's Thursday night. Come on, man. What are you doing? Oh, you're just sitting at the house? Oh, okay. Well, why don't you come on over, because we're about to get 30 more people over here and have a big old banger. Bring some pallets. Yeah, it used to be almost daily, but then, everybody kind of fell out of it. Real life and having to wake up for jobs and things of that nature. Any excuse they could come up with why they couldn't stop by anymore and drink and party. I don't drink anymore. I quit drinking when I turned 21. I'll have a drink every now and again. But prior to the age of 21, from about 19 to 21, I was an alcoholic. Straight up. Everything that I did was, okay, I need an alcohol of some sort, and I need some kind of a drink in my hand, let's go. And it was a binge alcoholic, which was even worse. So I would go to work, and then I'd get out of work, and I'd be pulling 12-hour days, some days 14-hour days. So I'd be making bank, and then the weekends would come around, and I would just blow entire paychecks just on alcohol. And be drunk from Friday night until Sunday night, Monday morning. Be showing up to work on Monday, still drunk from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So, yeah, I realized that's probably a problem. We should probably not do that. And then, ironically, at about the same time of turning 21, I quit drinking, but then I started smoking weed, and I was like, oh, this works so much better. I can regulate this so much better. And of course, at that time, it wasn't, quote unquote legal. It's still not federally legal, so to all my federal agents that are watching me, no, I'm still good. I'm clean and sober, man. We're doing all right. Just in case my CIA agent's watching, or my FBI agent's watching me right now. Still good. Still sober. We're all right. That was a whole nother trip there, but keep walking. Stop. Okay, maybe not. Someone stop right by here. I had a shot on the 6. I don't have a shot on the 6 now. That's sad. That is sad. So I gotta go for the 1 and miss, because I thought about it. instead of just making it. Yeah. I mean, state law states that you can legally grow, which is hilarious because now I'm seeing like ounces for $60 an ounce because the market is just flooded. It used to be, you know, you had to find it and find a dealer and find your buddy that knew a guy that knew a guy that knew a guy, and then hey, maybe if you call him soon enough, you can get some before tonight. Now there's shops all over the place. The market is so saturated, it's not even funny. The quality is stupid, so it's like it's not. It's definitely not what we grew up with. That's for sure. You know, I remember sitting there on the couch having to smoke 3-4 joints at a time just to be able to catch a buzz, and now it's like you take 2 hits and you're like, oh geez, put that thing out. That's dangerous. You know, so. Oh yeah, all of it. Yeah, and like I said, it's the market's flooded. I mean, there's just so much of it everywhere. People can't even give it away. People that tried getting in on it after it was legalized, that weren't already set up and doing it illegally, you know, just ate it. Just ate so much. Just ate so much product. Why is that jumping? What the? It's not what I did. I did low. I did not do off to 12. And I get rocked. And I get rocked. No rock. Didn't get robbed on that one. Wonder why. Didn't hit the sidewall. Yeah, I know, right? That's the part that kills me. When I get on this shot, I'm like, okay, here we are. Kinda there. Be alright. Obstacles. Don't have obstacles. Don't do it. That's an obstacle. Made it. See, if I know the obstacle's there, it's not as bad. It's when it catches you off guard. So like when you just line up on a shot and you try to do one of these suckers and you catch an obstacle behind you because you didn't take a practice stroke. Oh, that's painful. It just hurts. Honestly. It just hurts. Knowing that you could have made that shot and you were probably dead on where you needed to be with your shot, like so. But you hit something on your backstroke and you threw you completely off and off track and completely jolted your stroke. You know? And I'll do that quite often. You know, just to make sure that my stroke is right where it should be. You know what I mean? Like, that's just a typical take a shot, know exactly where you want your cue ball to be, know exactly where you want your cue placement on the cue ball to be, and take the shot. You know, so when I draw back and I find a pillar or a bar or a whatever behind me, oh, especially if I'm looking to crush it, because yeah, I do look to crush it more times than not. That's what it does. And this glove, okay, I'm gonna talk some shit now. This Predator glove I just bought not 2 weeks ago. I'm sorry, these are not fingertipless gloves. So, not to hate too much on Predator there, but your quality is lacking. We're gonna throw that in there at the end, because why not? Gotta have somebody to trash talk today. Trash talking myself has not been good enough. But yeah, I mean it'll be fine for me. I mean, but you know, anybody that's looking for a quality glove, Might not go with that one. Maybe the ones that come pre-fingerless, maybe pre-fingertipless, maybe. I don't know. But that one definitely did not withstand the test of, I don't know, a few hours. 4 hours today, a couple hours a day for the last week or so. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, not really. So, either which way. What else we got going? I don't know. I really don't know. Got some 311 going? I gotta hit the bathroom though, that's for sure. Now we're been live for 4.5 hours, that's hilarious. Yeah, whatever. Alright, let me hit the bathroom and come back and shoot the breeze some more. That's what happens when you fall in. What? Fall in what? What are you talking about? Oh yeah. Oh dude, I can play this game. I can sit here and hit balls. So long as I'm not being super hard on myself, which is hard to do because I'm very competitive, and it's just who I am. You know, when I get into a mind frame of I must make every ball without missing, without scratching, don't screw up, don't mess up, put the cue ball exactly where you want it, be exact, be precise, be perfect. I don't enjoy it as much. So, but when I got somebody that I can sit here and chit chat with, like you, man, it's been a pleasure chit chatting with you. Honestly, it's been great. So thanks for hanging out. Definitely appreciate that. You know, the soul trooper that's hanging out here in the chat. But yeah, no, it's that's what I do. You know, I shoot pool and I chit chat. And if you got questions, like I said, you know, I've been shooting for 35 years. You know, you got questions, feel free to ask. You know, and I do a plethora of other things as well. So it's kind of one of those things. But yeah, it's how I do it. So, but honestly, it's going on 4.5 hours. I'm going to drop you off. I don't know if you know anything about astronomy or astrophotography, but we'll go and raid Astro. He's fun. So we'll raid him, and then stick around, check it out because it's a good time. Whoops, I used unraid. What is that crap about? No, raid. So we'll go over there and we'll hang out with him, and then maybe we can rope some of his viewers into coming out and hanging out with us, which will be fun. So, alright, man. We got all that ready to go. I'm just gonna send this, and then I'll catch you soon. Alright, man. It's been a pleasure. It's been fun. It's been real. And we'll have fun again. So, like I said, I got a few more days for this, and then obviously there's more to come. So, it's not just going to be shooting pool. So, we will catch you in the next one.